Okay, that should be good. Move my microphone over a little bit, actually. So that way that's not in the way. I also want to make sure my scroll text is not in the way completely. So let's fix that a little bit by putting it at... There you go. That's probably good. Alright, coolio. So, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have a pretty gnarly situation ongoing right now. As most of you already know, Hurricane Ian, or at least Major Hurricane Ian, is on its approach to Florida. And my purpose here in this live stream, more or less, is we're looking at it at 3:06 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And we are going to basically see how this thing is progressed over the time being of the last time I've talked to you all, which was, I believe, on Friday into Saturday. And here we are now. So the hurricane hunters have been constantly flying into Hurricane Ian, and the National Hurricane Center has decided that from now on, Ian will update every single hour. They will release a new update in regards to its position, its intensity, and its pressure over every single hour. So it is basically getting close to ground zero in regards to how the National Hurricane Center and the counterparts, the warning forecast offices, such as the National Weather Service and the Weather Prediction Center, they are constantly monitoring Ian as it continues to get closer and closer to Florida. So here is Ian at the moment. You can clearly see it has a well-defined eye in the center of that swirling air mass. If we actually can go to the visible high-res satellite, zoom in here a little bit more, and as we wait for the kind of GIF to load up a little bit, you can see that there is a significant clearing in the center of Ian, and that is basically the big thing that has changed over the past 24 hours. When we were talking the last time, TD9, or at that time recently designated Ian, was south of Jamaica, and its forecast was expected to move through Cuba somewhere in between here and here. Actually, if we move it a little bit further to the east, that's a bit more realistic. And now Ian has kind of split the difference. It's went towards the middle, but now it is starting to curl. You notice the original positioning was right about there, and now the center of Ian is right about there. So it is moving to the north and east, which means that the likely outcome here would be that a further eastern landfall is likely, particularly around the Fort Myers general vicinity, maybe even further south, near, I would say actually north of the Everglades. So somewhere right around there. If we were to actually go ahead and veer off now to, let's go to radar Omega, and we'll actually flip that over. Yep, there we go. There is radar Omega. Makes things a little bit easier for us to kind of navigate. And I actually didn't put up the camera in Key West over there. There we go. I fixed it so that it's on the top right hand corner. But now that is all fixed. Everything is good. And I want to go over to Omega real quickly, basically because this is going to give us kind of the overall mean of the current track of Ian. And I'm not saying that, you know, it cannot veer a little bit further to the left, it cannot veer a little bit further to the right. But the big thing here about Ian is that you notice how Florida is basically proportioned north and south. There isn't really a whole lot expanding east and west. It's that's kind of the geography of Florida, is that it kind of just sticks out into the middle of the ocean, and it just kind of is built off of that way. So because Ian is kind of moving in a north-northeast direction, any veering, whether it's a wobble to the left or a wobble to the right, can make a significant difference based off of not only where the landfall can be. For instance, if it veers off a little bit further towards the right, we can basically anticipate landfalls from Fort Myers down to Naples, maybe Sarasota, that general area over there. Well, Sarasota is actually kind of the landfall point right now. But if it veers off to the left in any instance, then Tampa, maybe Hudson further down could potentially be the area, and maybe even towards Cedar Key. But that does not seem to be the case as of right now. Instead, Ian is now a bit further, and you can see the mean of the track in this line. You notice that Ian, the center of Ian in itself, is further to the right of the overall track, which means that this is an indication that we could potentially be talking about a further split off to the right. So that is kind of something that we're watching out for very, very closely, especially as this gets closer towards areas like Key West, which is the reason why we have that camera at the top right-hand part of your screen where Key West is currently situated. We also notice here that we do have some warnings issued from the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service. All the warnings that are indicated in this kind of pinkish color, that's your storm surge warnings. Those kind of take priority mainly over everything due to the fact that whenever hurricanes actually do make landfall, the biggest threat to people and property is the flooding. It's the water. It's not the actual wind. And so therefore, the storm surge risk is always going to be higher than the overall wind risk. Sure, you can say, well, we do have a tornado watch. We do have, of course, tropical storm watches, hurricane watches for all this windy stuff. But the big thing here in general is that with hurricanes, they tend to take their time in making landfall over particular areas, sometimes a lot quicker than others. But in this instance, Ian is expected to slow down. And so to add with the storm surge with all the wind, you are expected to see an abundance of rain, which could result to some significant flooding in some localized areas. So the big thing here to take away from this is that anything that can aid to flooding is a concern. And that's the reason why storm surge warnings typically have a higher priority than the hurricane warning. So you take a look at the storm surge warnings here indicated in pink from Key West all the way up towards the Cape Coral, Fort Myers, up to Tampa, and then further up north towards Cedar Key. And then as we go to the opposite side of the state, actually on the northeastern side, you can see that storm surge warnings are in effect for areas like Jacksonville, St. Augustine, maybe not all the way down to Daytona Beach, but areas further north of that, particularly anywhere in and around Duval County. So that would be something to watch out for. And then you notice the darker red colors over here. I couldn't exactly give it the bright red color because that would contradict with some of my other color tables, but the dark red color here, if you see any of those boxes, those are hurricane warnings. And of course, up and down the coast, we already have a plethora amount of hurricane warnings. They're just covered by the storm surge warnings as of this instance. So hurricane warnings over here from Lakeland, Florida, all the way down to Tampa, St. Petersburg, all the way down, of course, towards Cape Coral, Sarasota, Fort Myers, and maybe even potentially a further extension down towards Naples. We'll have to see based off of the wobble with this current track. If this does veer further to the right, further east, I would not be surprised if Naples actually had a hurricane warning within this. Interestingly enough here, now, once again, this is a major hurricane Ian as of this moment. In the 3 o'clock update, as I said, from now on, the National Hurricane Center is going to be updating every hour. Every hour, they're going to give a new update on Ian's intensity, pressure, track, and location. And as of the 3 o'clock advisory here, as of right now, it is a 120 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane with a minimum pressure of 952 millibars. This is moving north at 10 miles per hour. So right now, it's a steady pace, but is expected to slow down on its approach to Florida, which means that we could be expecting some significant amounts of rainfall. And if we actually veer over to the rainfall map right here, you can see at this moment that the heavier contours of this red and pink are now situated over places like Tampa Bay and areas further north and south. And if you actually paid attention last night, I wasn't on last night, but if you actually looked at the National Hurricane Center graphics or the Weather Prediction Center graphics, you would actually notice that a lot of this red and pink was well offshore, and that's because the initial landfall point was expected somewhere near Tampa, St. Petersburg, that general vicinity. But now, since the landfall is expected to be a lot further to the south and east because of the geography of Florida, this is expected to bring a lot more rain further inland. And so for the people who are wondering as to why evacuations have been, mandatory over for evacuation point A over in Tampa, it's not done. Just because the storm surge is expected to be less, that does not mean that you are out of the clear, because you are expected to see an additional foot of rainfall, maybe even higher than that, almost to 2 feet is potentially possible across some of these areas. On the other hand, you notice that the southern portion of the state doesn't really get a whole lot of rain. You notice that from Lake Okeechobee and down towards the Keys and maybe even portions of Miami, about 2 to 4 inches, maybe even 4 to 6 inches of rain at maximum is expected over there. And that's more or less because of what Ian will be starting to encounter on its approach to Florida. And we'll get into that a lot later on into the program. I also want to talk about storm surge, because once again, I mentioned that storm surge, anything that can aid to flooding, is a huge concern for hurricanes. Once again, the common misconception is that the worst thing about hurricanes is the wind. It is not. It is the flooding, because it will consistently sit over an area for a good period of time, bringing rain and storm surge over and over and over again. And that's where most of your damage comes from. It basically totals any sort of property that you may have. And of course, if the storm surge and the flooding gets high enough, then of course it could also be almost impossible for you to stay at a lower level of a building. So that's the reason why mandatory evacuations have been issued for the majority of the coastline, as well as areas near water-prone areas. So, if we take a look at the storm surge, we notice here right now that the areas in the blue is storm surge in upwards of 3 feet. Areas in the yellow, it's storm surge up to 6 feet. The orange is 9 feet, and then the red is 12 feet. And so we can take a look, and across the populous areas of west central Florida, Tampa is expected to see still about 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. Last night, it was actually supposed to be, I think it was 7 to 10 feet, maybe 8 to 12. I can't really remember the exact number, but that's went down once again because of the shift in the track of Ian, as it is expected to make landfall further to the south and east. However, that does not mean anything. It really does not. All right, because once you start to get into the range of 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, if that can get over its banks, which with Tampa Bay, it is relatively low towards the sea level, you can expect localized flooding to be an issue over into some of these areas. So this is something that you should not take lightly, regardless of whether or not Ian continues on the trajectory of what the original National Hurricane Center prediction was, or if it continues to veer off to the east. So 4 to 7 feet of storm surge is still possible across areas near Tampa Bay. And then, of course, once you get further down south towards Bonita Beach, as well as areas near the Charlotte Harbor, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge is possible. That is catastrophic storm surge within that area. And so it is highly recommended that even though you don't have much time, if you have time, I would evacuate. And the areas that I would evacuate to, if I were to pull up my radar, and I'm going to go ahead and just start channeling things over so that way we can start to get into the radar aspect of this, because we also do have a tornado watch. Areas over here, whether it is near the Port St. Lucie areas, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, I highly recommend you guys actually head into those areas, mainly because you notice how the rainfall on the southern portion of the state from Okeechobee down is relatively low. And so if you were to evacuate, don't head north, all right? Whatever you do, don't go to the northern part of the state. You can head to the western part of the state if you're over near Pensacola, but if you're in Tampa Bay, or if you're in Orlando or areas near Daytona Beach, Jacksonville, and you need to evacuate, don't head to the northern portion of the state. Don't stay in the northeastern portion of the state. Try and head towards these areas that aren't getting as much rainfall, so that way the likelihood of flooding actually starts to diminish within your area. So that's the big thing there. You just got to continue to watch out for this as this moves on through, is that, you know, with the flooding, of course, the tornado potential we'll talk about in a second, but the storm surge as well. If you're in a flood-prone area, you need to get out ahead of time. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the moment. I do want to check something out here in a second before we actually get into the interactive map. Yes, we do have a tornado watch as of this moment. For people who are familiar with how that works, that is 50-10 prob, so a 50% chance of seeing 2 tornadoes or more within that actual tornado watch, and then a 10% chance of seeing a significant tornado within that area. So we do have a tornado watch in effect for portions of southern portions of Florida. So that does include areas like the Everglades, Naples, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, all the way down towards the Keys. We also have a report of a wind gust over here near Key West of 46 knots, which would be 53 miles per hour, and that was recorded by the ASOS station at Key West International Airport. So tropical storm force winds are starting to arrive at Key West. And once again, we have a camera that's at the top right-hand part of your screen. That's looking at not only the trees, the palm trees that are starting to sway. Of course, you can't see it, but it'll come into view here in a bit. But you also notice how much water, how much storm surge is starting to pile up against that area. And if you can assume that that will continue for quite some time, that will be a big concern over there for portions of Key West. So something to really note as this continues to move about. I'm also going to go ahead, pull up another radar over here and move it over to Key West because there is something that I want to show you guys here as this moves on through before we start to actually head off towards the forecasting aspect of this. Because right now, I'm just basically trying to get out as much information as possible of what's happening right now so that when we talk about the future, we understand as to why it is. But I do want to pick up with Key West here real quickly. You notice here is Ian. That is the radar presentation. And there's a couple things to note here with this. First off, you notice the bands are relatively far away from the actual core of Ian. So there is the actual eye. And here is the outer bands of Ian. Now, these outer bands are expected to move ashore and potentially produce a couple of tornadoes. The vorticity is relatively high within this environment. Usually that is the case when there is tropical systems. So that's the reason why there is a regional tornado risk within these areas. But other than that, you notice that there aren't really a whole lot of showers and thunderstorms. There's some consistent rain within some of these areas, but that's not the driving factor. The driving factor is that if we play the loop, you notice the rain bands are swirling relatively, at a higher pace than some of the areas outside of it. And that is because, once again, it is relatively closer to Ian. So that's the reason why we have tropical storm force winds that are starting to basically breach the Key West general area. And we can expect that to continue, especially since Ian is nowhere near Key West. It is actually a lot further south than Key West, and this is on a northeasterly track. So assuming that that will continue to be the case, Key West will continue to be on the eastern side of Ian, and it will continue to see the flow from Ian. So if you can imagine, this hurricane will continue to move further north. At this point, the eye will be over here. The counterclockwise flow of Ian will continue to batter the Keys. It will continue to do that. And then once, of course, it makes landfall up further north, you will still see that it will continue to try and batter the Keys because it'll continue to have that counterclockwise force, which will continue to push the surf all the way up against the islands over there. And that's kind of the worst part about being on an island, is that when you're impacted by a tropical cyclone, especially if you're on the eastern side of it, it is just relentless, ladies and gentlemen. It will continue to be relentless. Now, as for the look of Ian right now with radar, because what you can actually do with radar is you can actually use this to depict as to what is exactly happening within this storm. And one thing that I do notice is that you do see a relatively well-defined core here, a relatively well-defined eye wall within Ian. And, maybe if we were a little bit closer to the radar, it would be a lot easier to tell. But the big way that I can tell as of this moment is that you see this kind of banding right here on the southwestern side. Even though it's not as strong as some of this banding on the northeastern side, which is typically the strongest part of the hurricane, it's still closed off. So that is something to note. On the other hand, I also see this outside band, this outer band that's starting to try and swirl into the eye of Ian. And what this could typically do, it's relatively hard to predict, but if it actually does do it, this would be an indication of an eye wall replacement cycle, which would typically be associated with a weakening, but also a broadening of the wind field, which would essentially be a worst case scenario, more or less, in regards to the overall impacts further inland. But if it doesn't do a eye wall replacement cycle, then instead it will continue to increase its velocities closer towards the central point of the actual hurricane. It will also continue to lower its pressure, which means the wind field closer to the eye would be a lot more significant in regards to its impact. So it's basically one of those things to where the area around the eye, regardless, will continue to see intense impacts. It's just whether or not it will further expand outwards because of a weakening trend for a temporary time being, known as an eye wall replacement cycle. Now, if it does do an eye wall replacement cycle, the big question here is whether or not it can do it rather efficiently so that it can continue to be on its intensifying phase. Because if it does do an eye wall replacement cycle, that's when you could particularly start to see it bulk up a little bit. It will start to be a little bit more resistant towards greater forces to the outside, essentially because what an eye wall replacement cycle effectively does is it creates a secondary eye wall on the outer part of the hurricane. And if you can imagine that if you have a fortress, if you're in medieval times or whatever, and you basically create one wall outside of your fortress and then a secondary wall outside of your fortress, it is essentially protecting the eye of the hurricane, which in short could very well be the most fragile part of a hurricane in regards to outside forces impacting it. So if it does create that secondary eye wall, it will essentially be more resilient towards greater forces to the outside and be a lot more bulky on its approach to Florida. So that's kind of the concern here with Ian. As of right now, I don't really see the eye wall replacement cycle happening, specifically because I think it's in too much of a strengthening phase as of this time in order for it to really wrap that band into it. You notice that even though it is relatively skinny on the northern side in regards to this band here, and then of course the eye wall band indicated in our orange and red, I think it is just a little too difficult for Ian to do so, mainly because of how weak it is at this time. Maybe if it was a little bit stronger, it'd be able to pick up this band and completely swirl it and, of course, create that secondary eye wall. But at this time, I just don't particularly see it. So therefore, I can anticipate a little bit more of a strengthening phase, or a strengthening trend, I should say, as it continues to move off towards the north and east. Alrighty, so let's go back to our graphics here. And let's actually go ahead and take a look at the interactive map for storm surge, because I feel like this will really give us a general idea. I feel like this will give us a very good idea, I should say, on what the impacts are expected. Now, some people asked, well, what about Savannah? What about, Jacksonville, stuff like that? We're going to get to that here in a second. But the big thing here that I want to focus on first, I should say, is let's start south and move our way north in regards to our impacts. So let's put that here. We notice that we have a lot of reds, oranges, yellows, and blues. That's the same style of, I should say, contours as the last storm surge map. But just for a refresher, if people need to know, blue is greater than 1 foot above ground level. Yellow is 3 orange is 6, and red is 9. So practically, if you are in the yellow or above, it is relatively concerning in regards to storm surge. So we start down south. This is the Everglades, all right? So not really a whole lot of people live over here, but if you're along the Everglades or if you live in the Everglades National Park, you probably should get out, all right? I would start shifting further towards the east, maybe towards Miami. Situate yourself over there for the time being, because if you're along the coastline, I am expecting some significant flooding for you all from a storm surge perspective. Moving further towards Naples, you notice that Naples here, I'll actually switch it over here so that you guys can actually see consistently the map and how it aligns with it. It is covering relatively everywhere. All right, Naples is expected to see some form of storm surge. And if I actually turn the storm surge map off a little bit, I believe that is the airport. I think it's the international airport for Naples. Even that has a portion of storm surge within that area. So storm surge is expected across some of these areas, especially if you're near Naples. Some significant amounts of storm surge is possible. Marco Island. This right here, once again, as I said, once you're along an island, more issues start to arise. And of course, with how much storm surge we are anticipating, there's only so much Marco Island can do with its elevation above sea level, as even though it is a little bit higher than some areas, you are still expected to see the brunt of this impact here, with the majority of the island expecting 3 feet above ground level of storm surge. So that is one thing to note here as this continues to move about. Moving further towards the north, Pelican Bay and North Naples, you guys are once again expected to see a bit of storm surge. If you're a lot closer towards the coastline, of course, it's a lot more. But then if you're further inland, maybe if you're near a marina, you could see some storm surge. But other than that, not really too much within that. This is where things start to get really concerning, though, ladies and gentlemen. Bonita Springs, so Bonita Beach, all the way up towards Cape Coral, Fort Myers, and everywhere around this. This right here is the hefty portion of your storm surge, and what arguably could be the more significant impacts could arise from this. You notice that if I turn this completely down, a lot of these areas here within this map are residential areas, and even Cape Coral in itself and Fort Myers, this area here could more than likely be underwater at some point. And so it's one of those things to where you really have to just be aware that if you're in this area near Fort Myers in general, you really need to go ahead and shift yourself further east, because there is no way that you will be able to live through this without any sort of damage. All right, there will be damage here in Cape Coral, Fort Myers, or the surrounding areas. And I'm not saying this to scare you guys, all right? I'm just saying right now, okay, that if you value your life at this point in time, I highly recommend that you do evacuate the area, whether it's further to the east. Once again, I said Miami is a very good place for you to go to for this hurricane. Don't go north. Don't go to Tampa. Don't go to Lakeland. Don't go to Orlando. Don't go to Daytona or Jacksonville, all right? If you want my honest recommendation, go to Miami. Miami is a very good place to shelter yourself from this system, because Miami will not be as heavily impacted as areas on the western coast. So you need to treat this seriously. Need to go ahead and situate yourself out. Going further north here, guys, Port Charlotte. I said the surrounding areas very likely could be impacted, and that is still 100% the case. This is, once again, your expectation for most of your damage to occur: Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Port Charlotte. Port Charlotte right here very well could be underwater across the majority of it, the area. Very well could. And so you really have to heed the warning, very much so. I just saw a weird contraption here, because I see this circle right here, guys. I'm sure you see this circle. And I just was like, what the heck is this? This is a very weird community complex. That's an entire neighborhood, if you will, separated into sections. So all these little triangles is a little neighborhood. And so this little neighborhood right here, you see across the board, flooding is expected. This is specifically from storm surge. All right. I haven't even mentioned the rain yet. This is specifically from storm surge here. All right. So if you were planning on, you know, hiding this out over here, it really isn't a good idea. And if you were to wait until the last second, if the hurricane is already there and you're experiencing issues, there's a good chance that you probably can't get off. You might be able to move further inland just a tiny bit, maybe near the Charlotte and Sarasota County line. But if you were to try and get out of the way completely, no. Because you notice that the colors have surrounded the entire area. This is cut off. This is cut off. This is cut off. This is cut off. Everywhere here is cut off. So it's the big thing here that if you're in these areas, like islands, for instance, if you're along either the barrier islands or whatever, everything's going to be cut off by the time the storm comes because it'll just be flooded over. It'll be 100% flooded over. So that's the reason why emergency management is saying you got to get out now. All right. It's not too late. It really is not too late. All right. What is too late? Okay. What is too late for you to evacuate would have to be sometime around Wednesday afternoon. When it starts to get to Wednesday afternoon, that's too late. If you were sleeping on it tonight and Wednesday morning you're like, all right, man, I want to go. It's got to be at the crack of dawn go. All right. You know, once you start to get towards the latter stages of the morning, early afternoon, it's too late. It's way too late. All right. So you really have to make your decision now. So Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, everywhere within those areas, gotta go ahead, make your way out. Now, the one thing that I did notice, and this is probably a big topic for everyone, because Tampa is, of course, going to be impacted at some, in some form. Storm surge is still likely within this area too. Tampa is not spared in itself. All right, if you're basically along any form of water in the Tampa Bay. All right, so that's not including Tampa or St. Petersburg. Anywhere within the Tampa Bay area, and you're along the coastline, it's not a good idea. Highly recommend just going ahead and shifting out. Further north, Hudson over here, Port Richey, as well as areas further along the coastline over here towards Cedar Key. You probably are going to want to go ahead and start moving inland. But yeah, Cape Coral, Fort Myers. I mean, look at all these reds, guys. This right here is greater than 9 feet. Greater than 9 feet of storm surge expected within your area. And it covers practically the majority of the populace here. YouTube GM with the 2, thank you so much, I really do appreciate it. Says it's supposed to RI soon, probably a Cat 4 landfall. It could probably be a Cat 4 landfall if it continues to deviate towards the east. But even if it RIs, if it, like, say, makes landfall near Tampa, then we could potentially expect a little weaker tropical system. I want to check one more thing here. The hurricane hunters are having big issues as of right now. They are having big issues. I wonder why they are doing that. Because that is very interesting. I want to take a look at the northeastern eye wall here. That is 117 knots. Wow. So real quickly here, ladies and gentlemen, it might be hard to tell, but right here, this lower this lower part of your column, you see 964 millibars, and you see east-northeast at 117 knots. That's how fast the winds are at the surface of this drop zone. So what the hurricane hunters are doing, all right, for the people who don't know how the hurricane hunters function, is that they fly planes, all right, and they try to fly against the wind the entire time. They never try to have the wind fly up to the side of it, because that will, of course, risk the actual aircraft entirely and potentially cause a crash. But they take these planes, they fly into the tropical systems or anything that may need the model's help, because the models will consistently need new data in order for it to be more accurate. They will drop these probes. They will drop these literal robots that will go in and will fly down through the area that it's been dropped in the hurricane. So it doesn't have to be in the eye. It could be in the eye wall. It could be in the outer bands. And it will record data as it continues to move down. So it'll measure temperature, wind, as well as humidity and pressure. Big thing there is pressure. And so we notice here, this has a low pressure within this area of 964 at the surface. But the big thing here is that the winds at the surface are 117 knots. Now, if we translate this for people, if we go from knots to miles per hour and we put up 117 knots, that is 134 mile per hour winds. Now, we could beg the question as to whether or not it's sustained winds or wind gusts, but within that singular drop zone, they found category 4 hurricane force winds. And right there, that is pretty concerning, especially if this thing continues to be on a strengthening trend. So, once again, 134 mile per hour winds at the surface from that drop zone. Very, very significant within that. I also want to go over, I'm going to actually keep this up here so that way we can consistently reference this. But here is kind of the track of what the hurricane hunters have chose. They can't exactly fly over land, especially if it's over another country's airspace, so they can't go over Cuba. But they can try to fly into the hurricane over and over and over again, and that's what they've done. All these numbers here, they have ranked their probes or their robots from 1 to 22 at this moment, and so they have dropped 22 different drop zones into the actual hurricane. And of course, that also tells us, I should say, it tells us what the hurricane is actually doing at all levels of which they've dropped the probe. So that's the big thing there. Now, we take a look at the observations here from the hurricane hunters. I notice a couple of things here. Number one, at the top right hand, this graph right here, the right side here, this is basically the thing that you really have to pay attention to. This is your wind speed in knots. And if you see the blue line here as it goes up, it goes down, and then it goes up. Once it goes down, that's the eye. The eye is relatively calm. All right. So the eye is, once again, the calmest place within the hurricane. But on the outside of it is not. It is the furthest thing from calm, other known as the eye wall. And you notice the eye wall winds within this area are breaching the 100 knot frame here. I'll draw a perfect line across, and you can see it actually breaches that 100 knot winds here from this. So this is definitely one thing that you have to watch out for very, very closely, is that if they continue to make these passes through the eye, do those winds go up? Does the pressure go down? That is the big concern, is that if the pressure goes down and the wind goes up, it is showing that it is continuing to strengthen. So that is what we are monitoring very, very closely here within this storm. So yeah, the current track of these hurricane hunters, I don't exactly know what they are doing because they are forming an irregular pattern. I think they might actually be having difficulty getting into the tropical system in itself. I appreciate everyone real quickly before we go into the models. I appreciate everyone for coming out to the stream as, you know, we are trying to get the word out to as many people as possible. If you have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. My moderators, if you see any questions, please put them in the moderator chat that we have. And of course, if you are not in that chat, of course, just DM the question to me and I will try to answer it as I go through. But I do have some things that I do want to continue to try and go over, such as the models. And the models are very important at this point in time because, as I mentioned, any wobble within this track of Ian can result to a big difference in regards to intensity and landfall, you know, by the time it happens. We just had a tornado warning, so real quickly.
Tornado warning for southern Broward County in southeastern Florida.
So that is a tornado warning. So real quickly, I know I said I was going to talk about models, but tornado warnings do take priority. So we are going to talk about the tornado warning here. We actually have 2 tornado warnings at this moment, and they both got issued simultaneously. So you're probably going to hear another ding here in a second, but we have 2 tornado warnings. One is for Broward County here in southeastern Florida, and you're probably going to hear that here in a second.
Tornado warning for northern Miami-Dade County in southeastern Florida.
And the other one's from Miami-Dade County in south central Florida. You notice the 2 red polygons here. They are indicative of tornado warnings. The fortunate thing is that there isn't really a whole lot of people that live within these areas. However, if you live north of US Highway 41 in the central portion of the state, or if you live near Interstate 75, this would be Toll 93, you probably should go ahead and get to shelter. So anyone along these roadways in between US Highway 41 or Interstate 75, you need to go ahead and get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Here's the velocities right now. The reds are the winds moving away from the radar, and the radar is situated over in Miami. Once again, red moving away, and then you notice these grays and greens, those are winds moving towards the radar. So we do have 2 distinct areas of rotations moving counterclockwise, which is how tornadoes spin 9 times out of 10. And so that's the reason why the National Weather Service in Miami has issued these tornado warnings. So if you live within any of these areas, you need to go ahead and get in your safe space. So 40 Mile Bend, if you live in 40 Mile Bend, you need to get in your safe space. And if you live in southern Broward County, you need to get in your safe space as well. I'm also going to check here to see if there's any other areas. Mikosuke, if you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space as well. Smallpox Tommy's Old Place, if you live in those areas, get in your safe space. And Jesse Willie's, those areas near Jesse Willie's and the Water Conservation Area 3A, you need to also get into your safe space. But I realize that there's not really a whole lot of people that live in those areas, so we are going to now talk about the models here. And we're going to take a look at the HWRF model here for this. This is basically a model that's geared towards hurricanes specifically, so it kind of understands those characteristics a lot better than some of the other models, like the American/GFS model or the Euro model. But we are going to take a look at this. And you take a look as this moves off towards the north and east, you notice that the current track from the original HWRF model is a bit further to the west. It actually makes landfall over here towards the St. Petersburg, Clearwater Beach general area. Whereas if we take a look at another model, such as the GFS around this time frame, the landfall is a lot further south. There is Tampa, Clearwater. There is the Charlotte, the Port Charlotte area, as well as the Cape Coral general vicinity. And that is a landfall somewhere in the middle, particularly maybe near the Sarasota areas. So the landfall right now is not particularly set in stone with that. If we take a look at another model like the HMON, you notice the HMON is kind of on board with the GFS. Now, I will admit The HMON model, once again, is somewhat similar to the HWRF model. This one actually got Fiona. Geez, that actually scared the crap out of me. I'll turn that off for right now. But thank you for the subscription. That really did scare the crap out of me. I could not... I completely forgot about that. But... Oh, did that web camera go out? Did it go out? Wow. Hopefully it did not. There we go. We'll keep it like that. Even if it's not working, we'll keep it up there right now. The HMON, all right, back on topic here. The HMON model, when Hurricane Fiona was a thing and it went through Puerto Rico and Hispaniola, it actually got that track correct. And so the HMON does have a little bit of leniency in regards to its tenured accuracy with forecasting the exact track of tropical cyclones. So the HMON is definitely something to note here as this continues to move off through, and expect potentially a landfall from Sarasota down towards the Port Charlotte general vicinity. But yeah, I would definitely watch out for that because this is still one of those things where these storms are very unpredictable as of this moment. And we're about, a day and a half, 2 days out. Now, why is this all super significant? Why is this significant in regards to these models being different? Well, you have to take into account the geography of Florida. Florida is situated in a north-south position, all right? And so if a hurricane that is moving north moves off to the left a little bit more, you can expect a big difference from landfall between what the HMON says compared to something like maybe the HWRF model. And we'll go over to the HWRF model to kind of show you all. There's the landfall point of the HWRF model. I'll draw a location here, a distance between the two models, and the distance between the two landfalls is about 50, 60, maybe at most 70 miles between the HWRF and the HMON model. And so that is a big difference compared to, say, if there was landfall on the northern portion of the Gulf of Mexico, because there wouldn't really be a huge gap. If I were to draw a distance between the HMON here, we'll go to the HMON as soon as it makes landfall right there, and then we draw the distance between that and the HWRF here. The distance between the two models is a lot less. It's actually about 30 to 40 miles. So that difference between landfall, if it was on the northern portion of the Gulf compared to the side of Florida, is huge. It is a huge difference. So you got to really watch out for that here in regards to where this thing makes landfall. If the pressure is further north, then you can expect areas like Tampa Bay to be hit a lot more directly, whereas if it's further south, Fort Myers is definitely going to get the brunt of this impact. All right, people are saying there's a huge correlation coefficient drop in the system. Yes, there is. That is 100% a tornado. That does not need any further consulting, especially since it does even show on ZDR some residual debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. And you can see the debris ball on radar as well. This looks at rain as well as other abnormalities within the atmosphere. So basically anything that's falling from the sky. And we do have a bit of a debris ball here, a tornado debris signature here situated north of Highway 41. Now, fortunately, there isn't really a whole lot of people that live within these areas, but that is something that we should note for the future, because if that is the case right now, if this system is creating tornadoes with these type of thunderstorms that are swirling around the outer bands, what are these storms down here further to the south are going to do? What are they going to do as they get closer and closer towards areas like Everglades and Naples? So that's something to note here, is that these other storms on a similar caliber, they could potentially try and produce themselves. I will probably need a new video from Key West here in a second, so I'll try and put that up there in a bit. But yeah, as I said, big difference in regards to landfall. And it also is, I should say, a huge difference as well, because I'll start with the HWRF model, which is this. You notice the majority of the rain, albeit though you still have some on the eastern side, the majority of it is on the northern side and then the extreme western side of this actual tropical system right there. You see these bands still, but the actual core of the rain is situated on the northern side and on the western side. Not on the southern side. Sure, you have a band on the eastern side, but it's not as relatively consistent over on the eastern side compared to the western side. So with that being said, you notice that with the HWRF model, a lot of the rain is situated north of Tampa, north of Clearwater, and we are kind of anticipating the majority of that rain to fall on the northern side of the actual system. Well, with that knowledge, if we go over to the HMON, which is a lot further down to the south, we still have that heavy amount of rain, but look at where it's situated. Look at where that rain is now situated at this time. Right over Tampa. Right over Tampa, right over Clearwater, right over St. Petersburg. That entire area, they now get the brunt of that rain. And so, assuming that is true, because that is what the models have been consistently saying across the board, even though if the system makes landfall further south and it doesn't provide as much storm surge, the makeup is there because of the amount of rain. All right, we'll go back over to the actual graphic from the National Hurricane Center before they release their 4 o'clock update, which is in 4 minutes. We take a look at the massive amount of rain, and you notice that it is now situated over Tampa. All right, anywhere along the Tampa Bay waterway, anywhere within that general vicinity, they are expected to see 15 inches plus within that area. Maybe even an upwards of 2 feet of rain is possible within some of those areas. And I'll even go to another model site which actually shows how many inches actually can fall at a maximum period of time. And it'll show you some relatively hefty amounts there as well. So that is something to kind of consider, is that's another reason why landfall here, specific to the coastline of Florida, is very important, because it can determine as to which area can see this huge batch of rain on the northern and western side of the system. Go back to the tornado real quickly. And yeah, it still does have that debris signature. That is still a tornado. Once again, fortunately, it is over marshland. So that is the best news. Although there is a random airport in the middle of nowhere. So hopefully no one's near that airport. So once again, in 3 minutes, the latest advisory will come out for Hurricane Ian. The 3 o'clock, well, actually, it just came out early. It just came out early, 100%. So it has maintained a 120 mile per hour maximum sustained wind. The pressure is at 952. I believe it was 952 an hour ago as well. So it has not intensified at any stretch, and it is still moving north at 10 miles per hour. Now, if you are not familiar with the Saffir-Simpson scale, that is completely fine. The Saffir-Simpson scale starts at 74 miles per hour, and then it goes up from there. So let's actually open this image in a new tab so you guys can kind of see. It starts at 74 miles per hour, and then it transfers from a category 1 to a category 2 at 96 miles per hour. Now, once it crosses the threshold of 110 to a 111 mile per hour storm, it is then a category 3, a major hurricane. And once you get once you get from category 3 and down, that's when it really doesn't matter. You have a major hurricane. And a lot of people get, upset over category 4 or category 5. It's practically the same thing at that point, because you notice on the damage scale here, according to this graphic, and it actually is backed up by a lot of information. I've covered so many hurricanes over the past 3-4 years. Catastrophic damage is catastrophic damage. And I've seen it from category 4 hurricanes. I've seen it from category 5 hurricanes. All right. Dorian was a Category 5 hurricane that I consistently monitored in the earlier stages of this channel. It was a Category 5 hurricane, and although it didn't make landfall to the United States, it did make landfall to the Bahamas, and it completely obliterated that area. Same thing with stuff like Ida, Laura, those type of hurricanes there, they were pretty significant upon landfall in Louisiana. So it's just one of those things to where it really doesn't matter upon what type of damage you have or what type of strength you have once you get to a Category 4 and even a Category 3 at that point, because it is a major hurricane for a reason. It will do some significant damage at some spot in which it impacts. All right. So that's the big thing here to take away from this. Yeah, that tornado is officially observed. Once again, that is a tornado in progress. Fortunately, though, there's not really a whole lot of people that live within those areas, as it is in mainly rural spots of Miami-Dade County. But that is a tornado 100%. We could potentially see some tornado warnings over here approaching the Everglades, the Chokoloskee, as well as Copeland, Otripee, and Jerome areas. Maybe a couple tornado warnings that could be possible from these storms that approach the U.S. Highway 41 area. So maybe something to watch out for. Of course, if you're in the Everglades, you probably should already be evacuated. But at that point, you know, there are some people that do stay. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas that I've called out for, you probably should tell them to get in the lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You could put as many walls between yourself and these tornadic rotations as possible. So this is just an anticipation that they could potentially issue some tornado warnings here for these storms. Everglades, Jerome probably should watch out. And the reason why I say that these storms are rotation, you know, a lot of people may say, well, this is just a bucket of spilled paint. How am I, you know, supposed to tell? This storm over here produced a tornado earlier, and how it produced a tornado is because you have these winds, these red winds that are always moving away from the radar, and this radar is situated in Miami, and then you have these grays and greens moving towards the radar. So right in the middle, you have this kind of counterclockwise flow that is situated. I actually made it better for everyone to see. Right in the middle, if you can envision the pathway in which the winds actually take, we have counterclockwise spin, which indicate that there is something tornadic, and indeed there was a tornado that actually occurred here within that system. So it's not just the eye of the hurricane that does its dents. It's also the bands on the outer on the outer side of the hurricane. They can also produce tornadoes. So that is something to note of as this continues to move on through. All right, let's go ahead and take a look. I want to see with pivotal weather here, log in here so that way you all may be able to view this together. Florida, and then the maximum amount of quantifiable precipitation. This right here is from the GFS. We're going to take a look at two different tails. And with the GFS, you can kind of see, well, that's a significant amount of rain within this entire time frame. This actually, I'm going to stop it right here on Friday at 8 p.m. And you notice Tampa and Sarasota could potentially see an upwards of 30 inches of rain. That's 2.5 feet. 2.5 feet of rain on top of the potential storm surge that may have. So that's the reason why there's a bit of a concern in regards to where the landfall occurs, is because where that rain is situated, it can be very significant in regards to how much rain there actually is. So, you know, gotta continue to keep in mind with this as this moves off further and further. Now, I do want to try and see another model like the Euro. Where does the Euro depict this system now? The Euro says something very similar, but because the landfall is further south on the Euro, you notice that corridor of rain is a lot further south. So that's, once again, the big thing there is that if landfall is a lot further south, the big batch of rain is going to be further south. If landfall is further north, the batch of rain is going to be farther north. Now, the one thing that's relatively consistent is that Daytona Beach and Jacksonville, they're probably going to see a foot of rain. They're more than likely could see a foot of rain, maybe even a little bit less than that. But still, it is very, very widespread. Very much so. You're making this very easy for me to do, Morgan. Why don't you just call me then on your alt? There you go. We're probably going to bring along Morgan so that way we can get more information and questions and stuff like that out. But I am very curious with this reconnaissance and what it's doing, because it's trying, but I have no clue. It seems to be having issues trying to get into the actual tropical system in itself. Coolio. All right, we have brought Morgan along.
Could you really not find it?
I talked to a lot of people between the time I last talked to your alt.
There's a search bar.
Search bar doesn't work for me. It really doesn't.
Okay.
It's weird. But anyways, that's Morgan. Morgan is going to be kind of helping us throughout the stream, stuff like that.
I don't have a camera this time, but that's okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna see what this camera here. Yeah, this camera has not functioned over the time being in which it has existed.
The Key West camera that you have up.
Yeah, it's
That it kind of froze.
it is 100% frozen. So let me see if there is another camera here that I can try and put up the top right-hand corner before I actually do anything else.
Oh, jeez.
So that camera's probably not going to work.
Some of these supercells in Southwest Florida are really going to start to turn it on here in a bit. I think no one lives there.
This isn't terrible.
I'm sorry if I didn't notice, but did you look at the modeled rainfall as of late?
I have. That didn't work. Wow, this camera really is not going to work unless if I move it to another screen. This is absolutely
awful.
Fun. There we go. Don't be like that person who's walking, by the way, in the middle of everything. Yeah, that camera is just not gonna function. That is very funny. So I'm gonna just move this over on top of that. So that way I can be able to kind of multitask with this. Alright, so
that's
give me a
tornado warning.
Yeah. Give me a second here, guys, as I continue to try and resituate my stream. So this will be a little bit of a lull.
So you're probably going to get the notification here in a second if you haven't already, but it's for the supercell that's just to the east of Everglades.
Tornado warning for southeastern Collier County in southwestern Florida, north central mainland Monroe County in southwestern Florida.
Yeah, that one could definitely produce a tornado here in the near term. Got a very good velocity signature.
And that's the same cell that we talked about earlier, chat. That was the same cell that is approaching the Everglades, as Morgan has mentioned. There it is. that's one of the 2 areas of rotation. It is continued to show signs of intensification. And yeah, I would actually have to agree, Morgan. This probably is going to produce a tornado here relatively soon. So let me actually go over to Omega. If I go over to radar Omega, do radar, single site radar, and then go from Miami.
Oof. Okay, there's also one that's south and east of it, 2 that are southeast of it, but the one that's farther southeast is also going to produce soon. That's a very good structure and a very good couplet as well. That's to the west of Homestead on the county border there of Miami-Dade and Collier.
So if you know anyone that lives near the Tom Miami Trail, I think that's how it is. Tom Miami, probably.
Try again.
It's probably Tom Miami, probably is. Specifically, just Trail Town, U.S. Highway 41. You guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space. I don't see any other residential areas within that area, which is the fortunate thing. But there is some.
You want me to? I'm gonna go look at the National Weather Service tornado thing. See what that says. Population 0. There it is.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So maybe it's. I guess we could consider it as more of a thing for if people are driving through this, they need to.
Yeah, it's more State Road 41 hazard
highway,
than anything else. The confirmed tornado warning has dissipated. It's gotten absorbed by other storms. So that storm recently tornado warned just merged. It was a merger.
Real quickly.
There's a storm to the south of it.
All right, so yeah, that aircraft reconnaissance mission is done. This aircraft reconnaissance mission is... I don't really know what it's doing. It's just not...
What are they doing?
I have no clue what they are doing. I really don't. Let's see.
They look like they're having issues.
NOAA 9. So the NOAA 9 aircraft that's going around the hurricane, they're almost done with their drop songs. It's cross of Tampa and Miami. So Miami. Yeesh.
That, I don't know.
It's a tongue twister for me. I don't know why I can say it. So that, is there any new graphics here that I need to worry about? No. No. There aren't any new models from what I can... Tamiami. Oh. Tamiami.
What?
That's how it's pronounced. That makes so much more sense. Maybe just because I can actually speak it.
That's a first.
I know, right?
Oh. Yeah, that storm to the
good.
That storm to the southeast of the tornado warned storm for Collier County is probably producing a tornado, whether or not it's lofting debris. That's that structure.
Mark Mulo, by the way, thank you for becoming a member again. Really do appreciate it. Appreciate everyone who's came out to the stream so far. Miami. Hey, now I can say it. Kind of. All right, so now I think I have everything I want to talk about now. I think I've situated everything. Of course, a lot of stuff is kind of been changing over the past hour and 15 minutes. So I'm making sure that you guys get the most content out of this. But I think the big thing here that I want to start talking about is what's happening with Ian as of this moment.
I just saw someone in the chat ask about, I believe I saw someone in the chat asking about Seminole and that area. If you live there, you need to leave. If you live there, you need to leave. Seminole and Sanford, that is St. Pete, you need to leave.
Yeah, you need to. I would highly recommend.
Get on 19 and go north. Away.
Well,
you need to leave.
North is not even the best way either. Because if you go north, it's flooding. It's still flooding.
Yeah, well, I doubt 275 is drivable right now.
Maybe not. If they can get on 60, they can go on... Well, no, that's just nothing but stoplights, right? Jeez, there's no straightaway. If there's any way that you can get to, like, West Palm Beach, do it. Even Okeechobee, on the northern side of Okeechobee. If you go to, like, Okeechobee, do it. Because Tampa, Lakeland, Orlando, Fort Myers, Sarasota, Port Charlotte, all of them over there across the board, they are going to be significantly impacted one way or another. You know, and the main reason why I say that here, ladies and gentlemen, is if we go to the rainfall potential map, you notice that Tampa and north, you still have significant amounts of rain. So unless if you're going to like Tallahassee or areas north of Tallahassee or west, then you probably aren't going to want to go north. But if you go to areas over here like Okeechobee and Miami and stuff like that, you might have a little bit of a better shot at least withstanding this system. So that's the big thing there. All right, so I think now I want to start talking about it. So here we go. Here is Ian. We'll get back to what exactly is happening with Ian here now. And we'll play the loop here for you as this continues to...
New tornado warning.
It is a new tornado warning.
It's the southeastern cell.
So I think we should probably wait before that actually does something before we continue to talk. But just notice the tornado warning. There you go. It just interrupted me.
Tornado warning for central mainland Monroe County in southwestern Florida, central Miami-Dade County in southeastern Florida.
Yeah. So here is the satellite imagery of Ian. And the one thing that I've noticed over the past 15 minutes of what's happened with Ian is there is a huge burst of thunderstorm activity, a big thunderstorm tower on the western side of Ian as of right now. That right there, in my honest opinion, does not bode well, especially if this can continue to fire off these towers and wrap all the way around the eye. If it does that, you can bet money that this thing is going to continue to intensify and maybe even at a significant pace. So that is one thing to note there. But if we also take a look here, if I pull up the radar from Cuba, and assuming that the radar over there is not down at this moment, and then we open this image in a new tab, you notice here that the actual eye of Ian is predominantly northern. All right, you see that you have the majority of your actual precipitation from your eye wall is on the northern side. But what's going to happen here soon, and we can start to see it here from the Key West radar, is that this yellow, orange, and red is going to start to wrap around on the southwestern side. And you can actually already see it. If I play the loop here so that you guys may be able to see, earlier when we were talking about this, there wasn't as much stuff on the southern side. And now that is 100% the case. It is wrapping around that significant amount of precipitation, very much so around the eye, which means that this thing is starting to form a very much so more well-defined eye as it continues to approach the Keys. It'll actually be moving a lot further west of the Keys, but the general approach takes it very close to that, and it is still a very strong storm. I can also notice here that there isn't really anything, there actually isn't really anything too much to worry about if you're on the extreme southeastern side. So like Havana over here, the system is now really starting to get out of view. So Cuba, it might be able to get to that point to where you guys may be almost done, and recovery efforts might actually start to actually be underway here relatively soon over there. But on the contrary here, you once again just have an absolutely insane image, this radar loop of Ian, especially as it continues to try and intensify and bolster that southern side of the eye wall. But the big thing here to take away is it is a little lopsided. It is 100% a little lopsided with its intensity. So it will really depend upon how this eye wall really strengthens and sturdies up over the next, I'd say, 12 hours. If this eye wall becomes really well defined to the point to where we have balanced oranges and maybe even reds across the board surrounding the eye, then this is very well going to be a significant hurricane on its approach, albeit it already being a major hurricane as we talk about this right now. But still, we can also take a look at the winds here from the radar, and albeit, even though we're looking up 10,000 feet, that's currently what the hurricane hunters are currently experiencing. All right, they are experiencing these winds as we look at it. These winds here at about 10 to 11,000 feet above radar level is about 100 miles per hour. Even if we take a look at the southern side, we also can see that it is also about 110. Yeah, we do have some indicating potentially 110 to 120 miles per hour within some of these areas. So that is something to note. And we also have to mention that once you get further closer to the ground, the winds do start to kind of deteriorate. So assuming that that is the case, the consistent winds at the surface probably will be about 115, 110, 115, maybe even at most 120 underneath that big plume of, this thunderstorm tower on the western side. So that will be something to watch. And of course, on the northeastern side, which is where the strongest winds of a hurricane is, that is, as well defined as this, you can assume that that could probably be where 120 mile per hour winds exist. So once again, as of right now, Ian is 120 miles per hour at sustained winds. All right, so from the 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory, 120 mile per hour sustained winds with a 952 millibar low pressure. Of course, the lower the pressure gets, the stronger the hurricane is, and the higher the pressure is, then the weaker the hurricane gets. So that is one thing to take away, of course, as you continue to look at future updates from the National Hurricane Center. It is still jogging to the north at 10 miles per hour, so that has not changed. But it will more than likely change here as we get closer and closer to Florida, and that will probably start to take over probably sometime tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon, into which it will start to curl off to the east. If we actually go ahead and take a look at the models here, the HMON model here actually kind of depicts track a lot better than some of the other models as of so far this season. And so you can kind of see that the actual track of the HMON model here depicts that it is going to more than likely make landfall somewhere over here near Sarasota. That would be south of Tampa. So the Tampa Bay area with Clearwater and St. Petersburg, and north of Fort Myers and Port Charlotte. That does not mean that just because the eyes went over this area, doesn't mean that some of these other areas don't get as much of an impact, because that is far from the truth in this instance. As a matter of fact, if you are actually to be impacted by the storm, the worst case scenario would probably be if you are north of the actual eye or if you're south of the eye. And the main reason for that is because if we go to the National Hurricane Center, on one hand, we do have some significant storm surge expected within some of these areas. Indicated in red, that is storm surge up to 12 feet. In orange, that is storm surge an upward of 9. Yellow is up to 3, and blue is in upwards of, well, I'm sorry, yellow is in upwards of 6, and blue is in upwards of 3. You notice that south of the Tampa Bay general vicinity, all the way up towards Bonita Beach, including the Charlotte Harbor general area, that is 8 to 12 feet of storm surge possible within that general vicinity. And that is some significant storm surge anticipated within that area. And then even outside of that, Tampa Bay general vicinity, you're not out of it completely. 4 to 7 feet of storm surge is possible within some of that area, as well as some of these areas over here near the Chokoloski area. You guys could potentially see 6 to 9 feet of storm surge within your general vicinity. So if you're near a low-lying area, if you're near a flood-prone area here in the western portion of Florida on the western coastline, you need to get out, all right? If emergency management has called for a mandatory evacuation within your area, please hit it, all right? I know, I have family that live in Florida, even though they live on the opposite side of the state over near Palm Beach, all right? They saw Dorian and they said, hey, we're not leaving. All right, and even though the hurricane didn't directly hit their area, they lived through past hurricanes, and they said, hey, you know, we could probably survive these. All right, there is a good chance that you will be impacted one way or another by this particular hurricane because of its nature. All right, it is not a typical hurricane. It is very different from the hurricanes in the past, and I'm not even going to compare it to the other hurricanes that have been compared to this one. All right, this is a different scenario to where the unknown is out there and that you have to really prepare for the worst case scenario in some of these instances. So please, 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 if you are told that this is a mandatory evacuation within your area, you need to go ahead and get out because this system is relatively significant. And you also notice here real quickly, the storm surge is located south of Tampa Bay. And if we go over to the models, you notice that where the landfall actually is in accordance to where the significant storm surge is. They think that the storm surge is south of Tampa Bay all the way over here towards the Bonita Beach. That is where the landfall of the system, as well as what's occurring south of the landfall, is at. And the main reason for that is because the winds are piling the water up along the shore. And so when you have that constant stockpiling, the water starts to tumble over each other. You continue to get rising seas, and that is where your flooding from storm surge actually occurs. But if we take a look at another model, such as the HWRF, this model actually takes Ian a lot further north, which means that this area over here from Tampa Bay and further south, once again, all the way towards Bonita Bay, you still get that impact. You still 100% get that storm surge in upwards of 12 feet, and you could even potentially get some of that even over into the Tampa Bay general vicinity. So you really need to watch out because depending upon where landfall is, all right, so here's the eye, anywhere south of the eye is where the significant storm surge is actually going to be. However, I also mentioned on the northern side of the eye is where the biggest concern is, and you notice where the significant amount of rain is here, according to the precipitation, the composite reflectivity here from the HWRF model. And it is predominantly on the western and northern side of Ian. And so, assuming that that is the case, there is going to be a lot of rain that is going to fall out to the north of this actual system. And that's the same thing here if we go back to the HMON. You still notice that is still the case. The rain is predominantly towards the west and to the north, meaning that there is going to be a lot of rain ongoing within these areas. So because of that, we also have our rainfall map here, which could indicate that anywhere within this pink could see probably over a foot of rain to maybe even 2 feet of rain possible within your area. Anywhere within the red, that's about 10 to 15 inches of rain in total. And you see how wide this swath actually is. So you're not in the clear if you're north of the actual hurricane either, because there's a good chance that even though you have limited amounts of storm surge, you still have a relatively high value or a high output of rain within that area too. So that's just something to take into consideration with this storm as this continues to move about. Real quickly, I'm getting a call here, so I'm going to step aside.
I wanted to mention a couple things anyway. So a few things here, folks, and this is important. Periodically, I have been posting the floridadisaster.org evacuation order map /list/ whatever you have. Areas that have a mandatory evacuation include Pinellas County, Sarasota County, Levy County, Citrus County, Hernando County, Pasco County, Hillsborough. That includes Tampa. Manatee will probably have a mandatory soon, so that includes the Bradenton area. Sarasota County, Charlotte County, Lee County, Collier County, all those areas have mandatory evacuations. All those areas have mandatory evacuations from local officials. So it's very important that you heed those. Secondly, as Nate mentioned, with the rain, that's probably going to track right through central Florida and up towards Jacksonville. That threat is probably the biggest threat of this storm. The rain is going to be impacting an area that has been in drought for the entirety of the summer and even parts of the spring dating back to earlier on in the year. We could see 2 feet of rain with this, and that's not impossible. And to boot, if you are in Jacksonville, you do have a storm surge warning for this storm coming through across, going right through Florida, then coming off the coast, and that counterclockwise flow is going to drive winds right into the coastline in Jacksonville. So you do have a storm surge warning for, albeit a smaller amount of surge, a lesser amount. But there is the warning there, and you are going to need to get inland if you guys are in those areas like that. You could see 3, 4, 5 feet, maybe even 6 feet, if you're near the mouth of the St. Mary River, on the border of Georgia and Florida. That's all I got. I know, Nate, you're back. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, that's all good. And those are very good points. You know, it's just the main thing that we're trying to tell you guys here is that emergency management isn't telling you guys to evacuate on purpose. All right. It's like they're not trying to mess around, with you. They're not trying to, or I should say, they're not trying to tell you on accident. They're trying to tell you that this is a significant situation.
There's a reason they're telling you to leave.
Yeah. You need to go for a reason. On the other hand, I'm watching this camera over here. The Key West cameras came up again. It's working now. And man, oh man.
I'm seeing it. It's starting to sway a little bit.
I'm actually going to pull it up here on the main screen so that everyone can see it here together. But look at the storm surge that's now starting to occur here, guys. The storm surge is really starting to go. I mean, just look at that. You can already start to see the flooding. And that's in Key West. That's in Key West, by the way. Key West is not expected to see, the biggest impact from this system, and yet we already have. Look at those waves, chat. Look at those waves. Wow.
Nate, if I may just get in a word here. The SPC just issued a mesoscale discussion, a giant one, from Key West north to Cape Coral, and then west to Port St. Lucie. Huge mesoscale discussion. A new tornado watch will be issued in the next 30 minutes, saying that the risk will continue and even increase as the storm starts to push north gradually.
Oh yeah.
So, folks, and it's just starting. It is just starting.
Rebel and Cody, thank you so much for becoming Weather Watchers. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Means a lot to the channel. Man, yeah, it's just the flooding is stockpiling over there. So that's the one thing I wanted to show you guys with that.
And Key West isn't even in the direct path.
Right.
I mean, it kind of is, but it's way far east.
It's on the side. How is the latest infrared? Oh wow, so yeah, there's that tower is still shooting up, and then we're starting to get a new tower of thunderstorms on the southeastern side that could potentially enhance the northeastern side. So that's going to be something to look at as this continues to move on through as well.
That's not good.
Whew. Pennsylvania, Jason. Cameron itself is Key West, though. If you have anything on Twitter, by the way, feel free to send it in, whether it's cameras and stuff like that. Man, look at that wave that just occurred. My, that is just... Goodness. Now, what we also could probably get away with, if we pull up the Wonder map, right, from Weather Underground, all the weather stations and stuff like that. Key West. This is in... not in the right format. We want it in Fahrenheit. There we go. So, sustained winds at 10, gusts to 12 with that. But then other stations are saying sustained at 23 and gusts at 35. And even this weather station is saying sustained at 39, gusts at 46. So, some stations are registering higher than another, maybe because of where it's actually situated. But the winds are starting to ramp up over here near Key West. All right, pull that up here once again. All right, is reconnaissance actually going to go into the storm now? No. What are they doing? What are they doing?
Where are they going?
I have no clue.
Are they aborting? Because it doesn't... They're not going... They're going northwest. Away from it. I'm looking at Mission 22.
It's Air Force 308, right? And Mission 22.
Yes. Where are they going?
I don't know.
There must be something wrong with the plane, because there's no reason that they wouldn't... There's no reason that they'd be going that way otherwise.
Could be turbulence.
And if there's something wrong with the plane, it's smart to not take the chance. Because...
Well, I've seen them abort certain trajectories because of turbulence.
Oh, Nate, we're going to get a new tornado warning here soon for the southwestern cell that now has good ectotops again and a strong signature.
Yeah, that's probably going to produce a tornado. Is there anyone that lives within these areas? Fortunately,
Probably
no.
not.
Fortunately, no.
But there is a road sort of ahead, kind of.
So if someone were to evacuate, probably wouldn't. This is from Key West International Airport. Sustained winds from the southeast at 36 with gusts up to 54. So the official international airport at Key West is registering tropical storm force winds. If you're just tuning in here right now, Ian, as of the 4 o'clock advisory, still 120 miles per hour, so still a Category 3 hurricane. Minimum pressure of 952. moving north at 10 miles per hour. The National Hurricane Center will update it.
Here soon.
Yeah, they will update it here in 21 minutes. They are going to update it every hour. So that way they are on top of things.
Sheesh. These bands are going. Excuse me.
You know, it would be really nice if they updated their microwave imagery, but I guess the satellite just says no thank you. Look in the DM. Camera is this. That's the same camera that I have, Leaky. I already put that camera up. That one's the one that's in the top right-hand part of your screen at the moment. And if you're a weatherman, then that one's on YouTube from another source. So I can't really use that at the moment. Yeah, I would be so happy if they fixed their microwave. If the satellite could be able to, you know, hone in on that. Oh, they did. They just fixed it, and it missed it. It missed. Oh, come on. So is that 1924Z, and they missed it. Come on, man. I was about to say, hey, I know exactly what's going on with this hurricane. Nope. They missed it. That sucks.
What are you?
Microwave.
Oh. It did miss it, didn't they?
High risk for flooding in day 2. I mean, to be fair, flash
for
flooding.
day 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is over the next 3 days from the Weather Prediction Center. It's a relatively high risk for flooding in general, which usually is associated with hurricanes in general. So yeah. There's your tornado risk, by the way. 5% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius for the majority of central and southern Florida. Yeah, that sucks, man. That really does suck. All right, let's take a look at Key West then. See what this thing is doing from a radar perspective. It's trying. It is trying. Let me take a look in the upper levels. Yeah, the eye wall is still definitely there, 100%. So it hasn't deteriorated. I am a little bit...
We should be getting a new ADT soon as well. I haven't updated it in an hour almost. Oh, that's a tornado. That's a tornado, 100%.
Yeah, that is a tornado warning.
Tornado warning
it's
for
not hitting anything,
northern mainland Monroe County in southwestern Florida.
Yeah, that is as classic as you can get of a tornado signature right there. Tornado vortex signature, guys. Red's moving away from the radar. Greens and blues moving towards right in the middle. Pretty soon, we're going to see a correlation coefficient drop, which just basically says that whatever is red is rain, and whatever that isn't red or yellow is not rain.
I think we would have seen it already. I just don't think it has anything to hit.
And give it a second.
But yeah, even if we don't, that was definitely a tornado.
It does kind of have something to hit.
What does it have?
Trees.
Trees?
Trees.
I mean,
Always trees.
There ain't many of them there. I'll be honest with you, there ain't many of them there.
I mean, there is. There is trees. If it hits one, it hits one. But yeah, that is the
all
new
that
tornado
matters-
warning
all-
there.
All it matters is that it's not. Or excuse me, there's a population of 5 on this one.
Interesting. So if you live within that new tornado warning, you need to get in your safe space. If magically one of you are living within this area, you need to get into your safe space right now. Once again, that's
They also,
Monroe County, mainland Monroe County. Get in your safe space.
they also just issued a new tornado watch. 50-20.
So just increase the Siggy-Tor parameter.
Yes. I think it was still 50. I think the old one was still 50-20. Yeah.
That's 50-10.
Oh. Nice.
50-10.
So this one includes north up to Vero Beach and Sebastian, and then south through Key West, obviously, and west through, excuse me, Punta Gorda.
Did Noah fly through the hurricane today at all?
Today, like as a whole, I don't think so. Which is kind of problematic.
Oh, they did.
because
They did.
Okay.
Noah too.
I was gonna say if they didn't, that's kind of problematic.
Well,
that was a while ago, though.
It's fine. All right. Well, let's take a look and see what they saw. That doesn't help. Interesting. Yeah, that is a well-defined eye wall. Ouch. Ouch. So that's what the hurricane hunters saw, ladies and gentlemen. Here, I'll zoom it out so that way you guys can see the wind a little bit better. But they passed through the hurricane 2 times in this frame. So you can see 1 pass, 2 pass. But that is a well-defined eye wall. You notice the yellow and orange very tight right within there. You also notice, number 1, there's the track of the system, so it's moving northeast there, indicated by the arrow. Yeah, the bots are back. Morgan, put down the bot.
Nah.
Grazie.
Joey beat me to it. Oh, me.
This
This is why we can't have nice things.
I know, right? You also notice the eastern side of the hurricane seems to be far more superior. So that's also kind of interesting, according to this pass. So this was... Oh, so this is at the surface and this was at flight level. Oh, interesting. So... Okay, and so now these winds are eventually going to track down to the ground. That makes sense. I wish there was more... I wish there was another passage from Noah so that I can see more inside of this. So as I said, this is the Hurricane Hunter's radar as they flew through the hurricane. That is crazy. I want to try something here real quickly. Try and see if I can bypass the bot. But yeah, that was them passing through the hurricane earlier. I want to see, did they fix this though? So, what about swaths? So that's on the outside. That's Vort. Yeah, that's once again the outside of the system. yeah, H1. Yeah, that was the first pass, which makes sense. Oh, wow. And there was actually some, the eye wall on the southwestern side of this pass actually wasn't completely well defined. So that's really interesting. So on the first pass, it was not well defined. Second pass, it regenerated itself. All right, we're going to put slow mode for 20 seconds. So
Yeah, I was
that
gonna
way.
suggest that, but
Good stuff. Boom. That way it's a little easier. But anyways, hopefully we get more data from the hurricane hunters there. Be a lot more helpful if they went through here soon. Actually, I think I can pick up. I can actually see where they or when they could be taking off. So for today, at 0Z, so that'd be at 8 o'clock tonight, they're going to be flying into it. So that's nice. Actually, yeah, so that's 49 is going, which would be the upper air synoptic surveillance. Flight 7. So they'll have one tonight and one tomorrow. Mission for 29-0 departing at KEFD. I don't know where KEFD is, but that's interesting. All right, so if I were to find another NOAA Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance, I would probably have to find it. In later tonight, which I'm not sure if I'm going to be live by then. I'll probably, because I do want to.
yeah, how long are you?
I don't know. And I'm contemplating 6 o'clock. Contemplating 6:30.
This is kind of more like a briefing sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean it hasn't hit anything.
That's true.
Oh yeah, that eye wall is starting to get a lot more well defined here now. It's starting to wrap around ish. Yeah. It seems the eye is also starting to tighten on radar.
I do agree.
And if that is the case, then that is also a trend for strengthening. So yeah, here's Ian at the moment. You notice Ian is right here. There's Key West, the Florida Keys in general. There is Florida. So it is still relatively far away at this time, but it is inching closer and closer.
Why is it moving east?
It's moving northeast, actually.
Seems like it's moving a little bit more east than.
Could wobble east. It could be a wobble.
That's true, but it's been doing it for like the last hour. Also, still waiting on the new NHS advisory, so.
Yeah, they are going to be updating here in a second. Yeah, she is a wobbler. Or I should say he in this instance, because it is
He?
Ian.
Who?
Ian. Ooh, it looks like the eye actually... You know what's interesting? I think the convection actually dented the eye a little bit. Like, the eye at the surface in itself is not, you know, like, impacted. It's just the fact that there's just powerful convection that billowed over top of it. Let's see with the visible satellite. Oh yeah, that is the case. Wow. There's also a lot of dry air on the side too. You can see a lot of these little bands right here, these little outflow boundaries. Usually they don't occur unless if there's dry air. So there is definitely a lot of dry air on the western side of this. 100%. Now, I will say this here real quickly. I will say this. The time period for us to really know as to whether or not this system will be strong upon landfall tomorrow night will be literally tonight. Overnight tonight. I know that sounds pretty far-fetched because you'd be, you probably would say, well, obviously. But usually the mass amounts of intensification for a hurricane usually occur at night, called Dmax. And basically it's when when thunderstorms easily arise within a hurricane due to environmental conditions. So tonight will really be the kind of it factor to really say as to whether or not, hey, how strong will this system can be? Because it still has 12 hours before it hits Florida by the time we get to tomorrow morning. But it'll really kind of give a general idea as to how strong this would be upon landfall.
Also, maybe the point in which we have a better idea of where,
Yeah.
as well as the strength. Because there's still some questions. It could landfall in Tampa. It could landfall in Sarasota. It could even landfall in Venice. We don't know yet. So where this goes tonight, how it strengthens tonight is going to be very important in terms of deeming which areas will get the strongest impacts in terms of surge, which areas will get the strongest winds, and where might get the 2 feet of rain.
Yep. All right, we're getting closer to the 5 o'clock update, and there it is. 5 o'clock update. It still has maintained both its pressure and its sustained winds. It's still 120. Minimum pressure of 952. However, there has been an update. There has been a change, okay? Hurricane warnings have now been extended southward on the west coast. All right, so now they are for portions of Chokolosky now. Chokolosky now is a part of your hurricane warnings, which would include, I believe, Naples now. I believe Naples is now a part of that hurricane warning. I also find it really weird that Dry Tortugas National Park, which is an island off of the Key West, that's probably going to get directly hit by Ian, is still in a tropical storm warning. I don't think there's anyone that's living there right now or on the island. That's due west of Key West.
Oh, that little place?
Yeah.
If they didn't leave, if the one person that lives there didn't leave, that's probably over.
Yeah. Probably. Oh wow, so they've updated the rain map, and that is Oh,
2 feet? Question mark.
no, it's a lot more expansive. It is.
Oh,
Orlando's now in the pink. Jacksonville is no longer in the orange. They're now in the red.
so the
Daytona-
the hurricane warning now goes through the northern portions of the Everglades.
Yeah.
It includes Naples, includes Marco Island, and it includes Okeechobee, Carnstown. It gets down there. Basically, State Route 41, that line.
Mm-hmm.
State Highway, excuse me, 41.
Yeah, fireworks for Magic Kingdom could very well be canceled. I don't actually think they're doing anything at the moment. I think Disney is canceled. Like they can't do anything. What about Lake City? So Lake City in itself, they're gonna get a lot of rain. But they're not really gonna see the main brunt of this impact.
I don't think there are any warnings.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Could see some damaging winds, but other than that, Lake City should be all right. Now, I'll tell you what, this bolsters my claim more and more that Miami is the place to go if you wanted to avoid the system. This really does bolster that claim. Because
they're still only in tropical storm watch.
Yeah, they're in a tropical storm watch. At minimum, they're getting about 4 to 6 inches of rain. All right, and storm surge isn't going to be as big of an issue for them. It really won't.
Oh, they really did expand the rainfall. Yikes.
Yeah, it's huge.
That's not good.
So yeah, this system is going to be bringing a lot of rain. A lot of rain. Noah 3's going into Ian! Hold up! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! They're flying into it now. Did they fly out of Tampa? Or the area? Yeah, they flew out of Lakeland. They're still flying aircraft out of Lakeland.
Which one?
Which airport?
Mission what?
It's Mission 25.
Pardon?
Yeah, there's a new... Go on the tropical Tidbits.
I just didn't reload. Why are they still flying out of there?
I don't know. They really should fly... Listen, all right? At this point, if they have any sort of aircraft left over in Lakeland or in Tampa or in Orlando, they probably should just go ahead and start moving that over to probably Biloxi. Maybe Tallahassee at worst.
You also missed one thing with the new update, and DOS, thank you. The new thing has it landfalling as a Cat 4, 130. That's a tornado warning. Extension.
Oh, there it is. That's the new track updated from
Yeah, they have it landfalling as Cat 4, 130, 115 knots.
Tornado warning for northern mainland Monroe County in southwestern Florida.
Jeez.
It's at 18Z.
Man.
Wow. And you can tell this is a lot further south than the track that I put up above you guys. I mean, you see right above my head. Very different track. It is now way far to the south and east.
It just dipped. Which isn't... That's even worse, arguably, than the prior outcome.
Whew. Now, the cool thing about Radar Omega that I will say, they're now setting up their cameras. They've now set up all their different cameras across the board, or at least they are doing so at this time. Couple Cyclone port cameras. Storm surge camera. They've got all sorts of cameras, and I'm sure, I'm not sure if I will be live tomorrow. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna really try to be live tomorrow, and it may not even start until probably 1, maybe even less than 1, because I do have an exam just before then. We will have a lot of cameras to use to try and show you guys what's currently happening.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That was... Yeah. DMs, please.
Oh yeah, that was a tornado in the Everglades.
That was 100% a tornado in the Everglades.
Yeah, let's show you guys
Thank you,
this.
DOS, again.
Holy.
Breaking up.
Look at that.
It's still moving though, I can see it. Huh.
And that's a huge tornado for a tropical system.
It's still moving though,
I may also, if I may also note, that same storm right now has echo tops of 50,000 feet and a TVS on GR2.
That was from Brandon Orr on Twitter. I just retweeted it. If you guys have anything or you find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. That way we both may be able to see it.
Oh.
But my goodness, that's...
Okay, new ADT is interesting.
That's a heck of a tornado. All right, so I think it'll probably, take about 15, 20 minutes before they will actually get into the center of Ian. So yeah, wait a little teeny bit. You have family in Cape Coral? You probably should tell them to go ahead and move, head over to Miami to stay safe from the storm. But otherwise, I hope they stay safe from the system. Thank you for the 5 again, Fossil Gamers. Man, that surf in Key West is starting to get very violent. That storm surge just continues to rack up more and more. Are there any other hurricanes following behind Ian? Not at the moment, but there are some.
There's an invest.
There's an invest, but it's expected to die out. And it's actually lessened its probabilities now. It's only 60%, so the window of opportunity for that starting to slam shut. However, I am watching something like next week-ish, late next week-ish, maybe something that can occur in the Caribbean again, but it's too far out to say for certain. So we're just going to have to try and see. Noru storm? Yeah, Noru. Noru is actually crazy. For people who don't know about Noru at the moment, Noru is a significant typhoon over in the Pacific. And I know some of you some of you might think, well, who cares about the typhoon? It's not hitting the United States. It's still impacting people regardless. Yeah, people there, they are seeing the brunt of this system, and it is just straight up smacking. It is smacking the coastline right now as landfall is occurring in Vietnam at the moment. So I'm hoping that the people in Vietnam, I hope they're safe. But I mean, man, oh man, it's a significant typhoon that is really volatile in that area.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
Beware on the tornado warning. I'm not kidding. This storm is insane.
I should probably look from the Miami radar. Oh, wow. That is a significant tornado signature. That is a boundary weak echo region. Well-defined updraft from ZDR. That is, you know, I say a couple of times on this channel, that might be the dagger. That is a heck of a velocity scan from radar. So it basically, if you're along County Highway 94 or approaching the US Highway 41 general vicinity here, along the border of northern Monroe County, as well as Collier County, southern Collier County, and that would be due east of Everglades. You need to tell them to take the proper precautions and get in their safe space.
Before people say CC, it's clear air.
Nah, just updated. That's gone.
Oh,
That's
I don't have a
that's
new frame.
gone. That is gone. Yeah, I saw what you were talking about before. Someone said check CC. So in this frame right here, with correlation coefficient, if you circle it and then you go over to reflectivity, you notice the reflectivity is low. So that means it's clear air.
Oh, that's not clear air. That is not clear air.
The next scan, however, if you go to correlation coefficient and reflectivity, you notice it's right on top of high values of reflectivity and low values of correlation coefficient, as well as low values of ZDR. That is 100% a tornado, and that is a significant tornado. That is the dagger
column as well. Big tornado.
That is a big tornado.
Excuse me.
You live in South Venice. Will the storm surge reach your house? You're half mile away from the coast. Yeah, there's a good chance. There's a very good chance that it could. And the only reason why I say that, now the thing of it is here, is that this is where things get really interesting with Venice, okay? So the latest track from the National Hurricane Center, if I actually, let's just move the radar away, all right? Here's the latest track from the National Hurricane Center, and you see the line, it actually puts it down further south, all right? So the actual landfall is a lot further south than Venice in itself. However, if this wobbles, say, to the left a little bit more and makes landfall near Sarasota, yes, you will 100% see the brunt of the storm surge. It will be the most significant portion of the storm surge. However, at this point here, let's treat, I'm not saying treat it all the way up to the actual landfall, all right? Because the landfall the actual landfall point can change in regards to our forecast here. But if you are north of the eye of Ian when it makes landfall, you're not entirely in the best position up there either. The only reason why I say that,
you're arguably worse.
Yeah,
because of that rain.
The only reason why I say that is because we'll take a look at two things here. First off, let's take a look at the storm surge map. Let's actually take a look at the interactive storm surge map. It might be a little bit easier for us to kind of determine here. All right, so there's Sarasota. Down here is Venice. You see on the northern side of Venice, you see there is a plethora amount of storm surge. And then on the southern side of Venice, you see there is a plethora amount of storm surge over here possible as well. Especially if you're along the waterways. If you're near a marina or if you're near any sort of those rivers. So that would be specifically here. There's a waterway right next to the airport there. It looks like it's just the Venetian Waterway Park. If you're near the Venetian Waterway, you probably should be further inland, 100%. And then if you're anywhere near, this is another river right here. Apologies if I don't know the names of the rivers off the top of my head. Let's put it this way, all right? If you know anyone, or if you are living, near the waterways, it's not a good idea. It is not a very good idea, and you probably should move either A, further inland, or B, if you don't want to, if you don't want to be impacted by the system in general, like you don't want to be caved in, because let's be honest here, if we look just to the outside of this, you can take a look at Port Charlotte, you can take a look at Cape Coral and Fort Myers, and you can see the abundance of colors over there. If you don't want to risk being trapped by the storm so that you can't escape, go to Miami. Go to Miami, or at worst, go to the northern portions of Okeechobee. If you go over there, should be fine. You already evacuated? All right, well, that's good. So I'm assuming then you're just asking about your property. Yeah, more than likely, it will be impacted in some form or way. Now, one thing I will say, all right, I'm not sure if you did this before, all right? But next time, take pictures of your property. Take pictures of your property, so that way when the insurance company comes back up and they're like, all right, well, what was your property? What was the damage before and afterwards? You can use the pictures as a reference to say, hey, this is my property here. All of this got impacted. Pay for it. You know what I mean?
Pay for it.
Yeah, that is... There has been a CC drop for a good time being. There's been a CC drop for this system. Yeah, there has been a tornado. Man, that is... Morgan, I'm going to be completely honest with you. Morgan. If I didn't know that this storm was a part of a tropical system, this could easily have me fooled to being a regular severe storm that's producing a tornado. Could easily have
well, there's one thing that would give it away from me.
Mm-hmm.
It's moving northwest.
I've seen stuff that has happened that have moved northwest.
What happened to you making that video? Where did that go?
It got shelved.
For how long?
I don't know, Morgan. I don't know.
Gosh.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Listen. At this point, now you just gotta hope for the best. The best thing that I would say that I would hope for is... And this is going to sound really weird. Okay? I would hope for the eye to go right over you, so that way you don't get hit by the north, you don't get hit by the south. Because ironically, in this scenario, you would think that if you were to get hit by the eye, it would be in the worst case scenario. But on the other hand, all right, if you're north, you're arguably worse. If you're south, you're arguably worse. And so, if you split the difference and you hope that your structure can withstand the winds, which by the time it actually makes landfall could very well be the case, as depicted by most of the models. The hurricane, or typical cyclones or hurricanes, usually they're very, very much so closed. The eye wall has closed off, and you have a consistent band. If we actually go back in time here, you can see there's your band that surrounds the eye in itself. But as you get closer to Florida, you notice on the right side, It tries to close it off, and then it doesn't. Not as much rain. There is probably still going to be some significant wind, but the rain is associated on the northern side, and then the storm surge is going to be associated on the southern side because that's where the wind is pushing the water inland. All right, so if you're in the middle of that, if you split the difference, well, you have wind that's moving north parallel to the beach, and then you have wind that's moving south parallel to the beach. So you just have to hope that you withstand the winds, which is not the worst part of hurricanes or cyclones in general. The worst part about the cyclone in itself is the actual flooding. All right.
Confirmed tornado warning.
It is now confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
Tornado warning for
issued a new
southeastern
one, so
Collier County in southwestern
Yeah, they
Florida,
did.
north central mainland Monroe County in southwestern
Also,
Florida.
They're running a new mission.
Another one?
I think it's starting from Cuba. I'm not sure. I'm confused. AF 309.
30.4 north. No, it's somewhere in the Gulf. Latitude and longitude doesn't line up.
88.
Gulfport. It's 100% Gulfport.
Why are they starting there? Why are they starting there?
You can't start in Tampa. Because Lakeland is obviously going to get hit. You can't start there. And you can't start in Puerto Rico. And of course, I don't think Cuba is going to be very friendly in regards to having, you know, the Air Force land on their front door and say, hey, share.
Oh, tornado's back on the ground. Tornado is back on the ground again. It lifted and now it's down again.
Jeez. Yeah, this system is absolutely crazy.
It's approaching.
How far
United
west will be
States
impacted by
41.
the outer bands? Well, it seems how Florida is relatively skinny from north to south. Practically the entire state. With the exception of the western panhandle. How wide is the eye? As of this moment right now, the eye seems to be about 22-ish miles. Now, if we go over to the reconnaissance mission, it might say something different. Yeah, they are sending the NOAA 3 mission into Ian, so that is going to be... we are going to be able to hopefully see some radar data. Hopefully. And if not, oh well. But... where would I find this? You know what I could do? Should I take a risk? How bad could it be in central North Carolina? Maybe a little bit of a flood and tornado risk later on this week, but not entirely terrible. Yeah, I don't know what this aircraft reconnaissance is doing. I think they're flying back home. So that's Gonzo. There it is. All right. Does it say if I pull this over here, do that? There we go. Does this say how wide the eye is? Drops on, eye character close, eye shape. Yeah, 22 miles wide. So they noted that the eye was 22 miles wide. Which, by the way, that's pretty cool, right? You can see here, they got the track of the Hurricane Hunter. So let's actually put in mission number 25. Let's have that up. And what we will also do is we will also look at goes east. Mesoscale 1? Is mesoscale 1 or 2, Ian Morgan? If you go on to tidbits.
Ian is...
Just go to satellite. And you scroll down. Yeah, for real, Robin.
What the hell? What is my tidbits doing?
Minus
one.
1.
One.
All right.
Jesus.
Mesoscale 1. We will take a look at the colored version here. And there we go. Look at that, chat. Now we have our live satellite, which means that now we can see it pass through the hurricane. Actually, I wonder if long wave would be better. Yeah, it's slightly better. Because the colors could get a little contradicting. I don't know. Did you like the color satellite first or this one?
Nate, on either satellite, can we just take a moment and acknowledge that tornadic thunderstorm's presence on the satellite imagery? Like,
oh yeah, that is...
thing is insane.
Oof. Yeah, let's go over to that tornado warning real quickly. It actually looks like... Oh, it recycled. It recycled.
Trying to recycle at least.
Yeah, radar confirmed tornado TDS by dual pole, which is true. So now it looks like the storm is going to start to cross over Highway 41 near Monroe Station and Loop Road, as well as the Big Cypress National Preserve. So if you're in those areas in Florida, specifically along the border of Collier and Monroe County in Florida, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space, because this storm has had a history of producing a significant tornado. Heard about Wildwood? Wildwood, Florida? Or Wildwood, New Jersey? If it's Wildwood, Florida, yeah, they're going to probably see a lot of rain. But as long as they stay in the upper portion of their building, or if they get to higher ground, they should be fine. You just got to stay away from flood-prone areas. That's practically everywhere in Florida.
Yeah, everywhere that's, yes, we'll go with everywhere. I was gonna try and find, like, an interstate boundary. It's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
New GIFIS runs soon.
So if you're just tuning in here right now, the National Hurricane Center expects Ian to make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane. Category 4 hurricane. Somewhere near the Sarasota, Venice, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Port Charlotte area. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, obviously, you probably should evacuate because time is ticking. All right? It'll be too late by the time we get... It'll be too late.
Especially considering highway conditions. Like, last night, everything was backed up in Tampa going east at midnight.
Right.
Really anywhere you need to go. And you need to do it soon because otherwise you won't get out.
Yeah.
Because highways are a mess right now. In fact, I can go on to let's see. Yeah, I-4 going east is a mess. After you get beyond Tampa, people keep trying to go to Orlando. It looks like I-75 going north is a mess. Once you get to about areas around Wildwood, north of Ridge Manor. I-75 going east in Naples is a mess.
Yeah.
People trying to get to Fort Lauderdale and Miami. Like, you got to find a way to go, and you need to do it soon. Even State Route 41 is a little bit messy once you get down towards that, I can't even pronounce that, Chokolosky area. Like, time is ticking, like Nate said.
I'm going to play the loop here, the satellite loop for you all. And this is the 3D satellite loop. This is pretty insane.
They closed 7 Mile Bridge on the Keys. They closed every bridge on the Keys, pardon me.
This is Radar Omega. Are they going to land in Houston? No, I don't think they will. I think they will probably land in Biloxi. At least the Hurricane Hunters. But the actual hurricane in itself, it's going to hit Florida. 100%. And I was just trying to situate some stuff here so that way I may be able to look at some other things. So now let's go back to the tornado warning here real quickly. As I said, this is more than likely going to recycle. Fortunately, though, it is past Highway 41, which means that it is unlikely for it to start hitting residential areas. Once you get to this part of Florida, it's relatively desolate. There isn't really a whole lot of people that live in this area. So it would have to take a long time for it to actually get to the next area that it could impact, which would be Interstate 75. So if you know anyone who lives in Interstate 75 and they are driving away from Naples and heading towards Fort Lauderdale, in about 45 minutes, there's going to be a couple of storms that can cross over that area just to the east of State Highway 29 that could cause some issues. So that would be something to watch out for. That this system could bring some issues. Hurricane hunters are now starting to dive south. They are starting to go towards the hurricane now. So hopefully pretty soon, after they make a pass through the eye, we'll be able to give an idea as to what's exactly happening with this system. So let's real quickly, though, let's put this over here. Let's organize what we want. So turn off the Storm Prediction Center. Let's turn off the National Hurricane Center real quickly. We'll put back up the radar. There we go. So we currently have a tornado watch. Here for portions of central to southern Florida, indicated in this giant red box right here. And we have our tornado warning here with our pink box down here. That is actually confirmed tornado warning. So There is definitely more and more activity that isn't just from the center of Ian. It also extends outside of Ian. It's these bands that are on the outside with every single one of these individual thunderstorms. These thunderstorms each pose, I should say, an individual risk for tornadoes. So that's the big thing here, is that this system is expected to continue to put out more and more tornado warnings. And that's kind of the reason why, at this time, we have a tornado watch out for this area. What about Leesburg, Florida? Let's see what's happening with them. Leesburg. If you guys could stay away from the lakes, you guys are expected to see a lot of rain. All right, so if I pull up the graphic for the National Hurricane Center, you guys are anticipated to see over a foot of rain, if not maybe 2 feet of rain. All right, so there's going to be a lot of water that's going to be over near your area. So flooding is anticipated. If you guys stay on higher ground or stay in the uppermost portion of your building, if you have a 2-story building, if you stay in the uppermost portion of that, then it should be good. Talladega says these free campgrounds will be open for any hurricane evacuees. Oh, interesting. Look at that. So, if you know anyone that is willing to evacuate, Talladega in Alabama. So, Talladega Speedway here. There is campgrounds that are available here. So the Geico South Park, the Geico West Park, and the Geico North Park. These areas will be available. They will be available for evacuees who are heading off towards Alabama. So if you know anyone who's evacuating and they have headed north towards like Alabama, I've retweeted this. If you go to Talladega, Alabama, so the Talladega International Speedway from NASCAR, there is a spot for you to go hide out. Looks like it's going through an eye wall replacement cycle. It's hard to say for certain, honestly. I think it's just blowing up a lot of convection next to it. That is a significant water spout off that coast. Wow. Good thing that's not overland. But I mean, I wouldn't say it's undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle. I think it's just had a lot of convection that has burst on the western side. I would start talking about an eye wall replacement cycle if this band started swirling completely into this. But not quite yet, not quite yet. If it does, though, now this is the bad thing, though. If it does undergo an eye wall replacement cycle, NHC discussion says it's undergoing. Really? Didn't look like it to me. Public advisory, actually, no. We want to do forecast discussion. Some 5 well-defined radar data suggests that an eye wall replacement cycle could be in the initial stages. They didn't say it was ongoing. It said could be. Keyword could be. All right. Basically, the thing of it is that eye wall replacement cycles. All right. And you can take a look at this with so many different hurricanes, i.e. Dorian. it hinted that it could do an eye wall replacement cycle for 3 straight days and didn't do one. So they said the same exact thing and it didn't do it, and it continued to intensify. So
it's hard to say as of right now when everything's so far away.
right now, not quite yet. Doesn't look completely there to me. Especially when you have such strong thunderstorm activity on the northeastern side. It still looks relatively consistent, and I would need to see that part of the eye wall start to diminish before anything. I would need to see that shut off, and then I would need to see some new initiation on the southeastern side. If I see new initiation on the southeastern side, then I'm going for it. What's bad about an eye wall replacement cycle? So the eye wall replacement cycle in itself, although it can lead to weakening, it broadens the wind field of the overall hurricane, meaning that much more impacts could be felt throughout the system. So it, rain expands further, wind expands further. Yeah, Morgan is here.
Indeed. I'm just here and there because I'm doing a little bit of letter of recommendation work.
You can. On both sides, you can. The only thing about it, though, that I gotta counter with that is that they're not... You typically do have that regardless. You typically do have wind maxima because of just the banding. Thank God I'm not using Storm Relative. I was about to say, if I was using Storm Relative, I would kick myself. But I still see some higher values on the southeastern side more than anything else on the northern side. Which is the reason why I'm not there yet. It would really help if we had microwave. It would really help. Just so happens that,
They missed it.
they missed it.
So
Yeah, that's still there. I don't know. I'm skeptical still. I need to see this mission here, 29. It's about to get in there. So we're really going to see if it is going through an eye wall replacement cycle here. Probably in about, I'd say, 15, 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Yeah. Yep, Julie. That is the case. I wonder if I can I refresh that? No, it's still the same. All right, yeah, we'll keep it like that for right now. Everglades is going to be something to watch out for. Man, that flooding from Key West is already... It's already starting to rack up with that storm surge. It just continues to just rack up more and more and more. Hey, Morgan.
New tornado warning. What?
DMs real quickly. It's kind of funny.
Tornado warning for southeastern Collier County in southwestern Florida.
Colliers.
No way. That. Nice.
So that's just a new warning. They just reissued a new one. Which makes sense. It does make sense. Oh, I gotta see that. Real quickly, chat. Do that. All right, that is pretty. That is fixed. That is pretty interesting, though. But yeah, that is a new tornado warning. Big Cypress National Park Reserve. That's the only place that can really be impacted as of this moment. But later on, however, Interstate 75 probably should be the place that should watch out the most. Everglades as well. That could definitely be something to watch out for very closely too. Let me go over. All right, so they are getting closer. That's the good news. Let me go forward. We're about 12 minutes away from the 6 o'clock advisory. So they haven't updated their storm surge 2D graphic. Their interactive graphic, however, they have updated. Wow. I mean, that is just as intense as you can get it. That is... Fort Myers Beach is practically underwater. Yeah,
That is
Cape Coral
different.
probably is underwater. Wow.
The new GFS has a landfall in Venice, south of Sarasota and Bradenton. So it's really diving south, which is not good for Tampa and Sarasota when it comes to rainfall.
Yeah.
And Orlando, actually.
Well, and you also think about Fort Myers and the storm surge. If that's the case, it just... Wow. Yeah, that is a landfall at Venice. Sheesh. Yeah, hopefully everyone's heeding warnings, because this system will bring everything. It will bring everything. Are there new evacuations in Venice or just A and B? I
think it's still the same. At least as of right now.
12Z is running. It's not 18Z. It's a 12Z that's running right now. I think evacuations have already been put out too. That's the one thing. Is that they've already had their evacuations, mandatory and voluntary. So yeah, that is pretty crazy. That is 100% as crazy as it gets. So turn off the Saffir-Simpson scale. Yeah, it still looks fine here from Cuba's radar.
And I'll be back.
Wind gusts of 60 miles per hour at Key West. Yeah, that just updated. Sell off the coast. That's a significant water spout. My goodness. Just off the coast there. Fortunately, that's not going to hit land. Because that would be a very significant water spout if that was the case. Yeah, I am wondering if it is actually doing that eye wall replacement cycle. To me, it looks like it's eh. All right, there it is. They've already put in a drop sonde. So they have put in a drop sonde. 104 sea surface. Air temp, 2 point. So there is some dry air. Interesting. There is some dry air on the northwestern side. It might be easier for us to view this if we go over here. Yeah, there is some dry air. Especially at 925 millibars. Which is about 719 meters above sea level. So that is going to be interesting. Yeah, that probably would be a significant water spout if that was the case. If someone went boat chasing, we had the saildrome or something like that. It's still going. I also know, I can't remember what the algorithm is, but apparently there's a way Oh, look at that. That is... Whew. That is very interesting there. But anyways, I know there's an algorithm to where you can take winds that are above radar level, and then you can translate it to surface. I can't remember what it is, but it's really interesting. Look west of Key West water spout on going over there. Yeah, there is. That is a pretty siggy water spout. Look at that. These little storms that just rotate and rotate. Wow. That is a heck of a storm, I'll tell you what. Yeah, Cat 4? I don't believe so. Not quite yet, at least. No, it's still at 120, so it's still at a category 3. Once it gets to 130 miles per hour, then it's a category 4. Now, I don't believe there is 125 miles per hour on the NHC updates for tropical cyclones. I don't believe that's possible. So I think if this thing were to intensify, it would have to be 140 mile per hour category 4. I think that's how that works, if I remember correctly. Thought it hit 134. That was, according to the National Hurricane Center, more than likely a wind gust from the drop zone. So that's the reason why I said we didn't know if it was a wind gust or sustained winds. But it was definitely category 4 winds. Whether it's sustained or not, who knows. But it is still a category 3 at 120. And if they were to upgrade it to category 4, it would probably be 140. Yeah, they are getting all the more closer to the eye now. There they are. Now they are starting to encounter it. So here we go. Here's the wind barbs. Let's see what's going on. We notice a lot of winds moving from the northeast to the southwest. So northeast winds here, especially on the northwestern side of the system. So that's relatively accurate. They are approaching from the northwestern side. That could also tell me that there could be a little bit of a gap right down here. So underneath this cloud is the actual eye, meaning that the satellite is looking from a distance or looking at an angle, looking at this. So maybe the eye is a little bit wider underneath than anticipated. You see kind of the outline right within here, but maybe there's clouds that are overhanging over this and we're not exactly getting the full view from that satellite. Same wind, same pressure. Yeah, there it is, 6 p.m. Yeah, so that is the update. They didn't update any of the other graphics, no. Doesn't look like it. That's going to be really interesting. There's also a lot more thunderstorm activity on the southern side here. Lot of it. Yeah, I wish it hit the actual tropical system, but who knows? Um... Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I totally forgot. Duh. We can also track the hurricane hunters this way too. Look at that. Boom. So the current position of the hurricane hunter, it is doing stuff. Weather. Intense precipitation. North American. Nah. Where's the clouds? Where's the clouds? Oh well. So yeah, that is the hurricane hunter. It looks like they just passed through the eye. Looks like they just did it. Because they actually curled to the side here. And then out. So they did just find the eye. They turned east temporarily, and then they went back southeast. So they did just go through the eye. That begs the question as to what type of data they found now. We also have that other aircraft reconnaissance here. That's in progress. So it's from Biloxi. Where is... I don't see it. We'll probably have to look at it later on again then. But yeah, they 100% just went through the eye. That's a new drop sonde. That is a new drop sonde. Let's read into seeing what this is. Drop sonde number 2. Very moist through all levels. Maybe a little bit of dry air trying to seep in here at 950, 925. Yeah, Charlotte, Port Charlotte is expected to get some significant storm surge. Very significant storm surge here relatively soon.
I don't think I'm going to Bell's. I do not feel at all well.
Wow. So this was from Matthew Capucci in DC. This picture was sent to them. And that's the eye right there. That is 100% the eye of Ian. You can kind of see how clear that is, how calm it looks. Also, the stadium effect. I mean, that right there just looks absolutely phenomenal. What a shot there. So when was the last bit of data that came in? That was at 55, so that was about 10 minutes ago. So if we wait another 5 minutes, we probably should be able to get some new data. Probably. Let's go back to this, however. The 3D satellite as it approaches. And hopefully I get the new camera up. Doesn't look like it'll do it though, unfortunately. All the cameras seem to be taking some form of hit, so we'll load that up. Wow. Yeah, that band right there is starting to swirl in. Band is starting to swirl in right there. There's the outer wall structure right here. So maybe now, because of this, because now it's starting to swirl into it, could hint at an eye wall replacement cycle. Once again, very curious at the rain rate. Pull up Google Earth again. Pull that up. Mission 25. It did officially cross. So there you go. Surface winds 80, 84, 86, 100, 99, drops off. 101, 101. Interesting. So we still have a significant amount of wind over there. 93, 96. Suspect data, however. So maybe sudden downbursts on that outer band. That is very interesting. That is very, very interesting. Go to long wave here. Put that down. So that way you guys can kind of see what it did. So it did fly through the eye. Band number 1 and band number 2. And that aligns well with what's happening, as I said, on radar.
Tornado warning for eastern Collier County in southwestern Florida, northern Miami-Dade County in southeastern Florida, southern Broward County in southeastern Florida.
There's also a new tornado warning. where that tornado warning is, it's for this cell right there. So it's that one. And in recent scans, it has started to intensify. So there is good reason as to why this has been warned. But this is a new tornado warning, so if you're along Interstate 75, this would be near the Mikosuke Service Plaza. You probably should go ahead and take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. I just wanted to listen to the announcement from Governor DeSantis real quickly. That was just something that I wanted to hear. Man. I mean, there's just so many. What is this? Could be something over there near Palmetto Bay. Just a little west of that. Interesting little supercell there. What if I actually go back in time a little bit? But yeah, this is a tornado warning once again. Tornado warning for Collier, Miami-Dade, and Broward counties here in Florida. Fortunately, there isn't as many people that live here, but it is in effect until 6:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Jeez, they are screaming so much downstairs. It's not even funny. Should I here real quickly? 2 seconds. Okay. Hypothetically, I've stopped them from screaming, although I know they're probably not gonna stop. So, who knows at this point? Who does know? I sure don't.
Probably wear a mask. But again, we don't know if I'm getting it from you. You got it from me first.
That data came in at the top of the hour, so yeah, probably expect, I don't know, another 5 minutes before the new batch of data comes out from the hurricane hunters. Pumps are now starting to shut down. So gas is starting to become scarce. Very scarce. When is Ian expected to make landfall? Tomorrow night into tomorrow night into Thursday morning.
You want me to get you a bowl of
Yeah, I don't see anything new here on Twitter. Trying to find stuff here.
Why are people saying my name in chat?
They were trying to figure out who you were in the background, which is kind of funny.
Oh.
Also, potentially some new thunderstorm initiation on the northeastern side. Ooh, hurricane hunters are now turning. They have turned. So they are probably going to bring in the new batch of data. Drops on northwestern eyewall, 67 knots. Wow. That's a pretty weak northwestern eyewall. That is also a well-defined sounding for the eye as well. That is pretty well defined. 949 at the surface. Wow. 949. That's the pressure. 949.
Yeah, that's pretty
Ow.
not good.
Yeah,
It is a weak northwestern eye wall, isn't it?
yeah, the winds will come with it. I think the winds will come eventually. Once the pressure drops, like for instance, there's so much wind here from 928 to 950 of 90 plus knots that eventually the wind is going to translate to the ground. It will. So I'm not at all that concerned. Do I think you would label yourself as an almost meteorologist if you're not going to school? I am going to school right now. So for me, listen, I don't think there is an almost meteorologist personally. All right, there is or there isn't. And that's the reason why I've never really ever referred to myself as such. Now I know you said it's not obviously directed towards me. I've always upholded myself to those standards of if you don't have the degree, you can't, say who you claim to be as that reference. I tried to make that little jingle. But if they're, is a guy who's studying for it, maybe that's where you could probably draw the line and say I'm almost. But I'm trying. I'm going to try and get there. New initiation on the northwestern side. More thunderstorm activity. That's a new tornado warning.
Hendry County in southern Florida.
I was trying to listen to something, but oh well, it's just gonna cut me off. Yeah, that is a new tornado warning for Sunnyland. So if you live near Sunnyland, if you live near Interstate 75, you go ahead and get in your safe space underground or lowest and lowest part of your building. I want to listen to something here real quickly. Interesting. Just needed to hear that there real quickly from someone else. I wanted to hear a second opinion on what's happening with this thing, and they even said, hey, you know, it's hard to say if it's doing an eyewall replacement cycle right now. Look near Miami, could be a couplet. I was looking at that, this storm here near Doral. And yeah, I do believe that there very well could be, honestly. And it looks like it actually might be trying to intensify too, so yeah. Let's just hope that it continues to stay relatively weak before it actually moves off. That'd be the best case scenario. Really would.
It's been very difficult storm to track. It's shifted west and east.
That scared the crap out of me, I'll tell you what. Do that. Hey, listen, I still gotta try and get to the top somehow, so I'm gonna get that degree. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Can anyone confirm recon data of 946? The drop zone that they had was 949. When they passed through, it was extrapolated, I believe, at 946. Let me take a look here. 948, 947, yeah, 946. So that was extrapolated. And usually when it's extrapolated, it's usually overdone in regards to the intensity of the pressure. So it usually is a lower pressure than what it actually is. So, yeah, the actual drop sonde in itself found 949, but extrapolated 946. So yeah, that is the new update-ish right there. I think it's very fortunate, or I think, you know, it's very fortunate that a lot of these tornadic storms that are moving over Florida are moving over very rural areas of the state. However, you know, once again, we still have that storm that's over near Doral right there. This cell is rotating. And so if it just strengthens just a little bit more, you know, we could potentially see something, which is something that we got to watch out for. But you know, it's very fortunate that so far it hasn't really done too much. April with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It really does mean a lot. It really does. Thank you so much. Is Punta Gorda in the main path? That is a good question. Punta Gorda in itself is in the main path. mainly because it is near the Port Charlotte area. And so if we go back to the track here real quickly, we'll turn things on to 2D. Here is the track. You can see that this is the mean of the track of the forecast cone of Ian. And actually, if we probably put on the actual cone, there you go. So that's a little bit better. You can see there is the forecast cone for Ian. You can see that the cone takes it within portions of St. Petersburg to as far south as portions of Fort Myers Beach and even further south towards Pelican Marsh, a little bit further north of Naples, however. And so what this essentially implies is that landfall will be somewhere right within here, somewhere. But the mean of that is right in the middle, all right? So I'm not saying that landfall is going to be directly in the middle. It's just the overall average of this entire swath, or I should say the median. Probably should say the median is the one that is currently in the line right now. Now, if we zoom in here, once again, Punta Gorda is right here. Port Charlotte is right there. And the median of the track is just a little bit to the west and moves off to the north of you all, which means that the center of Ian will actually move north, and you will consistently have a lot of wind just constantly berating you all the way throughout its span. And so what's really interesting about this, real quickly, is that if we take a look at the storm surge inundation and go over to Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda, the majority of that area is, and this is, by the way, inundation without the intertidal layer. So this is basically, if I take this off, this is not populous here. This is non-populous area that's in the gray. All these areas in red, this is populous area. This is where people live. And Punta Gorda, unfortunately, is covered in red, which if you take a look at the bottom part right here, this is your kind of graphic for what each color kind of means. And red means storm surge greater than 9 feet above ground level. So yes, in short, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, as well as areas over near Fort Myers and Cape Coral, they are going to be in the brunt of this. This will be ground zero for Ian's impacts due to the fact of the position of the system. Now, if we turn off the inundation layer or the intertidal layer and just go inundation layer only, you can see how much more expansive the storm surge actually is. But that's also because there isn't any populous area that lives within, some of the intertidal layer. So that's one thing, but on the other hand, it's still very significant. You have family that lives in Summerfield, Florida. What is their risk? That is a good question. Summerfield in itself, they should honestly see some slight tornadic risk. And I only say slight. Because if we go over to the actual risk in itself, all right, here's day one for today. There's your tornado risk. Notice how it's from the central portion of the state and down. And that is from now until 8 o'clock Eastern. Tomorrow, however, the slight risk doesn't really move off too far to the north. It's actually from practically Orlando, maybe Leesburg and Summerfield at most to the north, and then further south. And then if we go on to Thursday, that's when the risk starts to go up for the potential of tornadoes. So essentially, it'll be tomorrow, particularly, I would say the afternoon of tomorrow into Thursday is when I think the strongest risk for tornadoes will potentially be. But I think there's an even greater risk, honestly, than tornadoes. And that would be the flooding. Notice here, the majority of the central portions of Florida, either in red or pink. And the red starts at 10 inches of rain. The top of the pink is 20 inches of rain. So at minimum, you see just a little under a foot of rain. And at max, you see just a little under 2 feet of rain, which is very significant. So there is a big risk here for flooding, in my opinion, over tornadoes. And that's the reason why the Weather Prediction Center has put out a higher risk for flooding, excessive rainfall for portions of Central Florida. Do I think Estero, Florida is in the clear in regards to flooding? Let me take a look here real quickly. Estero in itself, that's very...
New tornado warning.
I would say no. The only reason why I would say no, here is Estero in itself. There's a new tornado warning, so I'll let that play.
Tornado
Everglades.
warning for South Central Collier County in southwestern Florida.
The only reason why I say no is because if you're near a marina or any sort of body of water, there will be storm surge. So I'll turn this off because the intertidal layer is just basically where there isn't people that live, whereas all these colors are where people live. And you can see Estero right here. There are portions of Estero, if you're near the coastline or if you're near any body of water, that will see flooding. And on the other hand, that's from storm surge. This is from the rain. And you can see that here in Estero, you are anticipated to see at minimum 6 inches of rain. So on top of the storm surge that you could, potentially get, you could additionally get at minimum 6 inches of rain within your area. So that is, it's one of those things to where if you live further inland, you might be able to get away with it, but otherwise, little unlikely. Everglades is in the path of a tornadic storm. More than likely could produce a tornado here. So if you're near Everglades, there actually is some populace that live here. Not like a high populace, but there is, it's like a little town. If you live in the town of Everglades, Copeland, Jerome, Ochope, as well as Chokosloki, or Chokoloski, I should say, Chokoloski, you probably should get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
People actually live there too. That's the thing. 1,600.
Any thoughts on Reddington Shores? Your parents are there and they refuse to evacuate. Well, let me take a look here real quickly. Was here during Matthew and Irma, and now you're back for Ian going strong? Well, if you're further inland, then yeah, you probably should be fine. I do remember you talking about that, a couple of years ago, though? You did say that you went through those?
Whoever said Reddington Shores, if they won't leave, I don't know what to tell you.
So
If they
Reddington
won't
Shores.
leave, I don't know what to tell you. It's Clearwater.
Oh, well, if you're
Clearwater,
further...
St. Pete.
Yeah, I do
Like
see
right
it.
on the shoreline.
So storm surge is only about a foot over there.
It's true. But
If they have higher ground that they can get to, so like for instance, if their house is multi-level, multi-story, then they might be able to get away with it. But the unfortunate thing about that is, even though storm surge is 1 foot, the rain is 1.5 to 2 feet. So it's one of those things to where there will be flooding. May not be as significant as the flooding further down south, but if they have a multi-story building, or if they know anyone with a multi-story building, then it's probably recommended that they do get to that. What in the world is the Hurricane Hunter doing? Yeah, that clearly makes so much sense. Are they done? Question mark? Oh, they have one for the southeast eye wall too. 81 knots, so that's not bad. And then drop number 8 behind it, which is kind of meh. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why they're flying to Key West specifically. Not sure if they're going to turn around. Not sure if they're going to try and go through the storm again. They probably should. And again, what do I know? Oh, this is the recent pass. Swaths. Ha ha! Look at this, Morgan. We got it. It's... What? What?
What do they do? Speaketh.
This is some Maka-S data. What part of the storm is this? Is this the southeastern part? Where are you? Swaths. This doesn't make any sense.
What are they doing? I'm watching your stream. What are they doing?
Precip class. What? What is this radar data? What?
Knots to miles per hour ratio tends to be 1 knot to 1.1 miles per hour. That's very basic, and I advise just learning the conversion. That I actually don't know off the top of my head, so you're not alone.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. I think the radar just didn't function. Wait a second, what plane is this? This is NOAA 3. Usually NOAA, or is it NOAA 3 that usually has these weird missions that doesn't show anything? Hold up. Composites. Yeah, I think it's NOAA 3 that typically has these pretty... Looks like they have this pretty bad views on it. That's kind of interesting, though. Meanwhile, the hurricane hunters are heading for... Are they going to Miami, or are they going to turn around? I really don't know what they're doing. I don't know what the hurricane hunters today are doing in general. The one tried to go into Ian and then just left. Well, the thing of it is that I would be able to do the analysis of that data. It's just it's not complete. The data is not complete. Which is the reason why I'm like, what in the world? It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. You believe it's to refuel and then head to Houston? Why?
Why? I like how we both reacted the same.
They would probably just go to Biloxi, if that's the case, right?
Possibly.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this thing doesn't look like it's doing a replacement cycle quite yet. It's getting there. It definitely is trying, but it's not. I mean, you typically see it from the outer bands. If this were to do an eye wall replacement cycle, you would see this start to shrink in completely. And over the time being, it kind of has on the northern side. But it's always been kind of pretty tight. Southern side definitely looks like it's trying. That band right in there might be the one to watch. That right in there might be the one to watch. This going in just like that. I mean, Houston isn't that general area over there. Yeah, they're still going. They are slowing down, though. They are slowing down. I wonder if it's to land. If it's to land, that'll be pretty funny. I wonder if they land in Miami. That'll be really interesting. Yeah, I didn't see an eye wall replacement cycle happening either. New plane has penetrated. It's finding evidence that the secondary wind max observed earlier is intensifying and evolving into an outer eye wall that now has stronger winds than the inner eye wall. So yeah, maybe. Yeah. Levi says that it is. Oh wait, is that on the southern side then? Hold up. New tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for East Central Collier County in southwestern Florida, southeastern Hendry County in southern Florida, northern Broward County in southeastern Florida, southwestern Palm Beach County
flight
in
level
southeastern
wind.
Florida.
That's the big thing there. Flight level wind. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so it is an eye wall replacement cycle. It is undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle. Big thing there is eye wall. Or the flight level wind. Wow. So yeah, that makes sense. Blech. Imagine not looking at flight level wind. Totally never me. Totally. Goodness. So yeah, that does kind of make sense. And by the way, for people who don't agree, Dr. Levi Cowan, Tropical Tidbits. He's already put it up there. GG Tor, GG. I applaud. I applaud. I concede. I concede. Time for me to go. But I concede. Well done. Well done. Yeah, stop. That's great. New recon fix 949. So yeah. Now that does probably mean though that in the new update they probably will update it to 949. So low pressure will be 949. The winds will probably still be the same though. The winds will probably be the same at 120. And that's probably because it's undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle. Hey Morgan.
Yes.
Here, real quickly, DMs.
Oh no.
There you go. That's all I needed to say. Refresh. Actually, I wonder if...
Yeah, that is true, isn't it?
Quite. Oh, wow.
It's unfortunate, but
Whoa! Hold up. We'll watch this video here of Key West. This thing is flooding. Look at this here, guys. Whew. I mean, the surf is very much so close to the actual ground, if you will. It might actually be overtaking it. Oh yeah, look at that flooding. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Once you start to see the surge start to go into a whirlpool, you know water's starting to rise within this area. And I think this is actually a little gate down there. Oh, it just moved. Unfortunate. All right, so we do have a little bit of a depth perception. So this is the pier right here. And you see there's still a little bit of height. But I mean, you see all this water, all this flooding here. This is what storm surge will do to you. I mean, you get big wave after big wave. Slams up against the coast. It rises. Watch. It'll smack the coast here. And then the water pushes over. And that's what just happens over and over and over again. It'll smack the side. Water shoots up. And then the wind will carry it over. Every single time. I mean, this right here, that's the go-to of how storm surge works, too. Man, oh man. Yeah, just look at that. There's just so much water. There is so much of it. All right, let's go take a look and see what they're doing at this point. Oh, they're turning back. Wait, what? Are they turning back? They did a spinny. They 100% did a spinny. Are they going back into the storm now? Looks like they're still spinning. Looks like they're still doing circles. Yeah, they are doing circles still. So I guess they're waiting for a time period to pass through. Are they? They also could be trying to get instructions from the National Hurricane Center, honestly. They very well could be receiving instructions from the National Hurricane Center of which side of the storm they should go through. Real quickly as well, guys, take a look at this here. Start from the beginning. This is just the regular satellite imagery, visible satellite imagery. And then up next after this, it's going to be the satellite imagery with lightning. You'll notice there's a lot of lightning near that eye wall, and usually when you have that, that is a indication of intensification. And I mean, you can just take a look at that. I mean, that looks absolutely insane. Whew. But pretty crazy on that one. Pretty crazy on that one. More towers on the western side starting to blow up. So this thing continues to just try and get as much as possible and just expand. The system near Miami seems to still be producing a lot of rain, I guess. Not really too much tornadic at the moment. I'll come back to that in a second, however. Everglades is starting to kind of ramp up just a little teeny bit. It is getting closer to the top of the hour, which means we could potentially see our new advisory here in a second. As I said, the National Hurricane Center is updating the advisory every top of the hour. So every hour, they will update it. Right now is a Category 3 hurricane, a 120 mile per hour system with a low pressure of 952. We are expecting that to drop to 949. And of course, the lower the pressure you have on a hurricane, the stronger it is. But we are also anticipating the winds here to maintain at 120 miles per hour. And the only reason why we say that is because it is undergoing a process of weakening at the moment in regards to its wind field. So the organization of the system is not really too organized. And it's gotten to the point to where the winds, it's now expanding its wind field more and more before it's ready to intensify. But the pressure can continue to drop. And because it is continuing to drop, the winds will eventually come through and begin to intensify that way. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be back in a little while.
Sounds good, sounds good. But yeah, if it's undergoing a process called an eye wall replacement cycle, and the pressure can still fall, but the winds cannot intensify during the stage. So therefore, we are anticipating a deepening in the pressure, but also for it to maintain its wind speed. It is still doing circles. The hurricane hunters are still doing circles. That also could possibly mean that they are trying to fix their tail Doppler. They could be trying to fix their radar. And if that is the case, then maybe on their second passage they could potentially be good in that regard. And you know what? If I just took a look a little bit higher in the atmosphere, I probably would have had my answer, wouldn't I? This definitely is a lot stronger here on the southeastern side, these winds, than near the actual eye wall. So yeah, this thing is 100% ongoing an eye wall replacement cycle. It is. Just based off of radar. I'll play the loop here for everyone so that everyone can kind of see. But yeah, we have that as the mention for the evidence of the eye wall replacement cycle, because as I said, just looking at higher tilts, you're able to see that 100% southeastern side looks very much so significant. Very much so more significant than the actual eye wall in itself. Or at least in the new scan, it doesn't. Well, actually, it still kind of does. I mean, look at that. Even though it's 17,000 feet, that is still 17,000 feet as well. And that is still slightly stronger. So yeah, with that, it looks like it is trying to do an eye wall replacement cycle. But also, if we go back to the data over here, as Levi Cowan pointed out, if you take a look at the flight level winds here, all right, so if you think of it this way real quickly, the winds above the surface usually start to translate down to the surface, all right? So it starts up at the top and it forces its way down, if you think of it that way, kind of like rain. And you notice at the top left-hand part of your screen, we have the box that indicates our flight level wind in blue. And then in the top right-hand part, that is our surface winds in blue. You also notice the winds on the right side, that's your scale. So you notice that there's a higher scale for winds at flight level than there is at the surface, and that's because the winds are a lot more significant above the surface than it is at the surface. So you notice here, this is the eye. We already can tell this is the eye because the wind drops off, and as we know, the eye is one of the calmest places in all of the storm. So we can also tell that next to the eye, right here and right here, that's the eye wall. All right. So on the outside part of the eye, which is the eye is when the blue line dips. When the blue line goes up and then goes back down, that is the eye wall. However, there is a secondary eye wall because there is another increase that goes above the actual eye wall next to the eye. All right, so there's an increase in wind. And because that is the case, the eye wall around it will effectively assert its dominance, if you will, and try to take over the spot as the new eye wall that will come in, which is the reason why it's called the eye wall replacement cycle. And eventually what will happen is this eye wall here this outer eye wall, which is right about here, this outer one, this will eventually begin to contract more and more and more to the point where it's approximately the same size as this eye wall right here. Now, what happens during this phase? Well, it usually is associated with a bit of weakening, because for this system, for hurricanes like this to do an eye wall replacement cycle, it's basically a countermeasure to try and intensify further. It basically finds an abnormality within the storm, and it tries to heal itself by bringing in a new part of its structure. So out with the old and in with the new, if you will. And so if it tries to bring in this new eye wall replacement cycle, it tries to bring in its new eye wall, it'll be relatively new enough to the point to where the system will be able to start anew again, start at a point to where it can start to intensify further as it gets and progresses along its merry way. So that's kind of the thing here, is that how quickly does this eye wall replacement cycle actually occur? Does it start to contract here now? And does it actually become the new eye wall here soon, probably within the next 3 hours? Or does it take its time over the next 12 and, delay itself quite a while? So that's kind of what we're getting at right now. Is that right now it's in a current trend of weakening. Right now at this moment. But it will strengthen a little bit later on if it hurries up. It is 7:02, ladies and gentlemen, which means there is a new advisory. And the new advisory is as follows. Life-threatening storm surge and catastrophic winds and flooding expected with Ian in the Florida Peninsula. Maximum sustained winds still are maintained at 120 miles per hour. However, the low pressure, the minimum pressure now, is at 947. So the pressure has indeed dropped significantly. It went from 952 to 947. And if you do the math, that's a 5 millibar drop. Now, even though we are realizing that it is doing an eye wall replacement cycle as of this moment, the threats from this storm still doesn't change, all right? So why does it matter right now if it's doing an eye wall replacement cycle? Well, it basically matters because if it makes landfall, we can determine as to whether or not it'll be stronger or weaker. So the quicker it gets it done, the quicker it can then intensify on its approach to Florida. However, if it stays the same, then it'll continue to be a 120 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane, which even though it's a major hurricane, is not a Category 4 or 5. So that's the one thing. But on the other hand, we still have to consider that there is expected to be a significant amount of rain across much of the southeast, including practically all of central Florida. The majority of Florida is expected to see some significant amounts of rain. The orange contours indicate 6 to 10 inches of rain. Red is 10 to 15, and pink is 15 to 20.
Tornado warning for southwestern Collier County in southwestern Florida.
So that over there, there's probably that storm that's near Copeland and Jerome that could hypothetically, that could head off to I-75, maybe Naples and stuff like that. So that'll be something to watch here. That will more than likely be a new tornado warning for that cell. So I'd watch out if you're near Jerome, in Collier County, and even portions of Interstate 75 here, as well as Fakahatchee Strand State Preserve, Picayune Strand State Forest, as well as South Blocks Gold, Jerome, and Deep Lake. If you're over there, please go ahead, get into your safe space. here in Florida. But yeah, so we have the flooding that's still going to be an issue across portions of Orlando and Tampa, as well as the surrounding areas. But we also have significant amounts of storm surge that is anticipated. If you zoom in here, you can see areas near Port Charlotte and Fort Myers. They're in the red, orange, yellow, blue. And so if we quickly take a look down here, this is your graphic for your color contours and what they mean. So big thing here is that red is 9 feet above ground level with storm surge. Greater than 6 is orange. Greater than 3 is yellow. Greater than 1 is blue. So if we go back over here, take a look. Fort Myers and Cape Coral, you're practically covered by at least some form of color. All right. That means that there's expected to be storm surge and flooding within that area. So therefore, you probably should watch out. You probably should be evacuated by that time, actually. All right. Because it's highly recommended that you are not within this area. If you are, there will be some significant damage anticipated, especially if you're closer to water or closer to the coastline. So Cape Coral, as well as Fort Myers, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, everyone in those areas need to practically get out. Sarasota, St. Petersburg, Tampa, Clearwater, not as much of a risk as there once was, but there still is some storm surge anticipated, which means there could be some localized flooding on top of the 15 plus inches of rain that you guys are going to get as well. So that is another thing to note. And then, of course, something that isn't as talked about now, Big Bend of Florida. You guys are expected to get some storm surge, but this will be a lot later on this evening. Or not this evening. A lot later on Thursday, I should say. So on Thursday, that's when you guys should be seeing your storm surge. And then from Wednesday into Thursday, I'd say particularly Thursday, areas along the coastline of northeastern Florida into Georgia and South Carolina, you guys could see some strong storm surge. Probably in upwards of 3, maybe even 6 feet possible within some of those areas. Refresh that. Oh wow. So they have slowed down significantly. I think they might be heading into Miami. I think they actually are flying into Miami here at this point. That's kind of what I'm taking away from that. Sandra with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It really does mean a lot to me. It really does. Is storm surge the wind pushing seawater onto land? Yes, practically, Nyatmir. Ha, Ari, that's kind of funny. That really is kind of funny. But thank you, Sandra. It really does mean a lot to me. Wonder if the Charlotte area will see much of an impact. No, it's hard to say at this point, but any guesses? If you're talking about Charlotte, North Carolina, I'm assuming some rain and maybe a general tornado risk, but other than that, not really too much. From what I can tell, at least. Oh, that's pretty cool. Wait, that's DMN. How do we get to that? True facts. Hold up. Oh, deep multi-net. Interesting. You know what might help? If I take Mimic, I look at Ian. Look at the microwave satellite imagery that way. Oh yeah, it is 100% doing an eye wall replacement cycle. There you go. There's your microwave imagery. How come I didn't think of that? There you go. Look at this. That is 100% an eye wall replacement cycle. %. Could we see a derecho from this hurricane? Doubt, because derechos are more attached to severe weather and not tropical weather. So they are two separate things. But yeah, that is 100% an eye wall replacement cycle. You start to see this outer band that start to form. And here's the inner eye wall right there. So you see that's the inner eye wall. The inner eye wall starts to fade away. The new one, the outer one, starts to really get its act together. So yeah, there you go. Wobble to the right. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, I hope this isn't another Katrina as well. I hope this, I hope the storm just doesn't exist anymore. That way we don't have to retire another I name. What do I think about all the tornadoes? I do think the tornadoes are a bit of a risk. Of course, not as high as the flooding, because flooding is the strongest risk out of everything from everything from hurricanes and tropical cyclones and stuff like that. But I do think tornadoes could be an issue. Although it kind of is comparable to like strong wind gusts. Is the hurricane going to head west into the US or head out to sea? I'll pull that up with the models here in a second, actually. Because that is a good question. Any developments over the last 2 hours? It is officially doing an eye wall replacement cycle right now. All right, so someone asked what is happening with this system after it leaves. That is, or I should say after it passes, that is a good question. In this instance, it is expected to kind of disintegrate over the Appalachian Mountains, especially in northern Georgia. But that is also going to bring a lot of heavy rain over across portions of the mid-Atlantic, including into areas of Delmarva. So I would watch out for that. It is definitely going to be an ugly day for football on Sunday in Baltimore, which I will be going to the Ravens game at that point. So if you know anyone who lives in Baltimore and they're going to the Ravens game, feel free to tell them, feel free to say hi. You can even DM me and I can say, hey, you just meet up, something like that. I don't know. But that'll be pretty cool. But yeah, it looks like it'll disintegrate and the remnants of it will just kind of go through the mid-Atlantic and into the eastern, or I should say northeastern United States. You can see there it is. Remnants now starts to move away and out to sea. Do I think it'll move lower south? At this point here, I think potentially it could try and
Tornado
go a little
warning
south, but
for southeastern Hendry County in southern Florida, southwestern Palm Beach County in southeastern Florida.
excuse me? Oh, it's that cell. Okay. If you know anyone that lives near the Big Cypress Seminole Reservation, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. But other than that, a lot of these tornadic storms are not expected to hit they're not expected to hit populous areas, which is the fortunate thing at this time. That is a significant water spout. Range folding. Yeah, you can start to see the outlines of the new eye wall right within there. This is the old one. There's the new one. There's the boat one. Yeah, hurricanes essentially create a lot of vorticity. And so, especially on the northeastern side, you could potentially see sporadic activity with tornadoes in that. There's like a research paper that was done off of that. Yeah, Julio. Yeah, that is an interesting question there. I am curious to see. I mean, apologize, I'm a little hungry, so I'm trying to tide myself off before I eat dinner. It could also be that the northern eye wall lasted so long because it was the more intense side of this tropical system. Because according to Microwave, it looked like that was the case. Nah, that sounds about right. Sounds about right, living. Do I think tropical systems should be given surnames? I mean, at some point, we're probably going to have to, because if we name every single tropical system, then, you know. Are the remnants of the system going to impact recently flooded eastern Kentucky? I kind of doubt it, honestly. I think it'll be a little bit too far east, but I do think there will be some precipitation. There will be some precipitation.
Tornado warning for southern Broward County in southeastern Florida.
Oh, that's gone. Yeah, that's gone. If you're near Pembroke Pines, Cooper City, Southwest Ranches, need to get in your safe space right now. Yep, that is gone. That's probably a tornado in progress right now. Yeah, if you know anyone that lives near Pembroke Pines, Cooper City, Davie, Pine Island Ridge, you need to tell them get in their safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This thing recently just fired off too, very quickly. So if you're near Pine Island Ridge, Playland Village, let me see if I can get some more stuff over here. This would be Davie, Cooper City, Pine Island, Sunrise, Plantation, Pembroke Pines. You need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Um. Yeah, this is a heck of a storm right here. That is probably producing a tornado. So guys, if you can real quickly, I haven't said anything about it today at all, about self-promoting and stuff like that. But please be sure to share this with with as many people as possible if you know anyone who lives within these areas. This is near the Fort Lauderdale area. This is actually west of Fort Lauderdale. And there's a good chance that this storm may be trying to produce a tornado here. So Cooper City, Davie, Pine Island Ridge. Is that the latest scan? It is the latest scan. It probably is down on the ground right now. There's a good chance that it is. Also, people, go ahead real quickly. Refresh your page. That way you can get the most recent data from this. So if you're hearing this for the first time, you might want to refresh your page real quickly. Or put the speed, the playback speed on like 1.5 times or 2 times speed. But this is a concerning situation here for the people of Cooper City. Cooper City, Pine Island Ridge, Davie, Plantation. If you're over there, you need to tell them to take the proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Potentially even a tornado here. Is there a camera in that area? There probably is, but the storm is so rain-wrapped that I kind of doubt we'll see anything. But it doesn't hurt to look. It really doesn't help, it really doesn't hurt to look, doesn't it? Live camera collection. Where's Florida? Where's the Florida camera collection? There it is. This would be right next to Fort Lauderdale. There is Fort Lauderdale. There's Pine Island Ridge. Yeah, there is a camera. Show video. Oh yeah, it is getting close. This thing is probably on the ground. It is on the ground. That is a tornado on the ground. As of right now, that is a debris signature. That is 100% a debris signature. Where is Pembroke Pines? There's Pembroke Pines. So maybe if we had this video right here, maybe we can see. No, it's going to be very difficult, unfortunately. That is a confirmed tornado. Non-PDS, but it is a tornado on the ground. It is a tornado on the ground. There is a lot of people that live here once again. Show video. So that's looking southbound. Okay, we might be able to work with this slowly but surely. All right, so let's go over here. Move this over to the side. So right here is the wall cloud, ladies and gentlemen. And further off to the right is where the tornado would be. I don't see it at the moment. It's looking north. Nice to see that there's a median, but that doesn't help me. It's looking north. North, south, southbound. Yeah. Only so much this can show. But yeah, that is a tornado on the ground. There's the debris signature you can see right there. So if it's not red, it's not rain. If it's not red, it's not rain, and therefore it is something else. In this case, it is unfortunately debris, as there is a tornado in progress at this time. About to head right for the town of Cooper City and Pine Island Ridge. So if you know anyone that lives over there, they need to get in their safe space right now. So once again, Pine Island, Cooper City, Orange Drive, Sterling Road. This would be approaching the South Flamingo Road area, as well as Highway 84 and Interstate 595. If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. You need to go underground or lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Because yes, this storm is producing a tornado at this moment. Latest scan still has a debris signature, so this thing still is on the ground. Can't see anything at this time. PDS. Yep. It is indeed a PDS. For those who don't know what a PDS this is this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Broward County. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 7:29, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Nova Southeastern University, or over Davie, moving north at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation, and flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation for Broward County here in Florida. That will be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. There's the residual debris signature, so you still see that this still has some form of tornadic signature. Velocities have indeed weakened. You can see that there isn't as bright of reds moving away or as bright of greens moving towards. Compared to if we go back a couple of frames, you can see how strong it once was. And so the trend right now is that it is weakening. However, that also still means here that if you can see somewhat of it, it means that there is still something there. So therefore, the message that should be sent is that this thing still is a tornado. This thing still is on the ground as of this time. And that this is going to be one of those things to where you need to really watch out for this very, very closely. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. If you're in the pathway of this, there is a good chance that you could be impacted by the storm. And so you really need to just watch out for this very, very closely. If you have any videos on Twitter that you would like to send in, please be sure to share it with me. At Nate_Snyder. That way I may be able to kind of show you all what's kind of going on. Still has a very well-defined ZDR arc, so I have a feeling the storm isn't exactly done yet. The original rotation, which was back here that produced the tornado, that might be getting overtaken by a new storm that could potentially try and produce a tornado. As you can see, ZDR is arcing, which is favorable for thunderstorm intensification. So that is something to note. Broward, appreciate it. Yeah, Broward County, need to get in your safe space right now. What's going to be really interesting here, honestly, and I'm going to actually try it out. I am going to try it out. Oh yeah, there you go. So that's what was the rotation looked like over in Cooper City. That was the rotation right there. We'll even backtrack it again. You can see on its approach, it intensified further and further. And it actually has started to kind of displace itself from the main body. But you can still tell there is something there. Still could be something on the ground at this time. Heightened amount of spectrum width for this type of radar. And this radar isn't exactly the best thing in the world, but it is telling us there is something here, 100%. There is some rotation. Once again, green's moving towards, red's moving away. I'm using this airport radar over here. Right in the middle. Yeah, that is something to note. I'll keep switching back from in between these radars. It's now PDS radar indicated. Oh, no, it's not PDS radar indicated. So it's now just radar indicated. So no longer on the ground at this time, which is the good news. I do believe this thing has room for strengthening, however. I do think this thing is not entirely done yet. So that is something to consider. refresh this here. Yeah, velocities in the lower levels seem to have kind of dropped off a little bit. So where has the recon gone? It says it's in progress. Is it over? What happened to... What happened to... It landed at Miami. That's a pretty cool video, I will admit. Someone said they landed? I would have to assume then. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know. I don't know if it, just said it was done. Just said it was going to do one pass. If it had technical issues, say with its radar or something like that. I don't know. I am really curious about that, though. I am very curious. Allegedly, it was an emergency landing. Huh. I definitely am going to want to see that for my own eyes if that's the case. You don't exactly have emergency landings with governmental aircraft. You know what I mean? That is a heck of a cell that's off the coast of the Summerlin Key. That might be a new tornado warning that could get issued in the future for Marathon and Summerlin Key. So I'd watch out for that. New initiation of that thunderstorm here. Or actually, it's not even new. It's the same old thunderstorm that's now heading towards Summerlin Key. So Summerlin Key might need to watch out. Definitely might need to watch out. Sup? Interesting. Yeah. From the looks of it, a lot of people that I know, the general consensus at this point is that the time period in which this is doing an eye wall replacement cycle is the most inopportune. And the only reason why I say that is because it allows it to get itself fixed, if you will. It tries to reorganize itself. And then when it does, it starts to intensify more and more as it gets closer to the coast. So it'll basically be allowing itself to intensify before it makes landfall, rather than if it were to do an eye wall replacement cycle before it got to the coast, where it would weaken before it makes landfall. No way. Don't tell me. Did this actually happen? Hold up. No way. No way. No way. No way. That's funny. That's funny. Listen, all I gotta say is copyright is copyright. That's really funny. On the other hand, there is some rumors about someone else. That is very, very interesting. I might talk about it on Discord a little bit later if you're on my Discord server. You know me, I love to see fire burn. Ugh. Excuse me. Yeah, if you know, you know. Anna! Hey! How come I haven't given you moderator yet? Doesn't really make any difference. Stop being a hater. I'm not a hater. What are you talking about? It's just like plagiarism, you know, if you, copyright, plagiarism is the same thing. It's important stuff. Can't copyright, can't plagiarism. If not, you suffer the consequences. You know what I mean? Drowning in calculus most of the time? That makes sense. It really does make sense. Jealousy is a heck of a drug. That is so funny. That really is. Listen, I've got a great life. I've got great opportunities in front of me. There's no reason for me to be jealous of anyone. Because at the end of the day, if you're jealous at something, that means you failed at something. And I can't think of wanting to fail anything. And if I do fail anything,
Tornado
I'm not going to
warning
dwell
for
on it. So.
Northern Collier County in southwestern Florida, southeastern Hendry County in southern Florida.
That's how you at least should think, in my honest opinion. You don't need other people to feel bad about yourself. Although, some people can't help it, and I understand. Completely understand. Been there, done that. Deserve juice? Alright, well, all I gotta say is that, let's just say another channel decided to use someone else's content as a thumbnail, and therefore, has been threatened out of copyright claim. You know, or a copyright strike, I should say. Which is pretty funny. I find it very funny. Any power outages map? That's actually a very good question. Is an eyewall replacement cycle happening? Yes, as of right now, there is an ongoing eyewall replacement cycle. There is. But that is a very good question. Power outages. Florida. Not yet. Not yet. Oh yeah, I really did forget. That's very interesting. That is also a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Miami-Dade County in southeastern Florida, southern Broward County in southeastern Florida.
It's probably the next one. Yep, Pembroke Pines, once again, one behind, is officially started to intensify. So yeah, there you go. It's a new cell going through Pembroke Pines. I wonder, though, by the way, the cell that's over here for Collier and Hendry County, it's not impacting anyone at the moment, so that's kind of the good news. It's in the middle of nowhere. So very good, very good. But Pembroke, Hollywood, Dania Beach, if you know anyone who lives over there, they need to get in their safe space right now. They need to get in their safe space. Yeah, 418,000 people live in this tornado warning. Wow. You know what this also means, too? We can also hypothetically find a camera for this now. Where is... So this is south of Fort Lauderdale. There's 595. So 595 is right there. There's Dania Beach. If we have a camera that's south, I think there's actually a camera that's south here somewhere. Look south. Show video. Yes, there is. Look at that. Boom. So we have this camera now that we can see that's looking south. And this thing here is heading towards it, I believe. Yes, I would be correct. So hypothetically, we could see a tornado here. I'm also going to take a look and see if there's any other cameras. Oh wait, no, we might be way too far west. Yeah, we might be way too far west. There is a good chance that we are way too far west. Where's 95? There's 95. Yeah, we very well could be way too far west. Show video. That's looking south. Is that gonna look north? Yeah, it's hard to say. That's looking northwest, and that's not really going to give us a good view. Velocities increase. Not too surprised there. That's looking southwest. That also could very well be too far north. I think it very well is. Yeah, velocities are increasing. It's not good. It's not good at all. That's looking north. It's looking south. I think our best place to see the tornado is probably going to be right here with this camera. Probably going to be right here. So once again, if you're near Pembroke Pines, Davie, Riverland, Dania Beach, You need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Does the supposed thumbnail copyright picture have a palm tree mount? No, it has an actual person. As an actual person who created that content. Oh, that is a debris signature. That is a tornado on the ground. That is a tornado on the ground. That is on the ground. That is on the ground. That is a debris signature. That is 100% a debris signature. And if that's the case, I am very curious how close this gets to our little camera. This is gonna get... Ooh. Yeah, this is gonna get pretty close. You have significant amounts of rain. Yeah, that is on the ground. 100% tornado on the ground. Winds are starting to dive down a little bit. South of it. Oh yeah, that is relatively weak though. Oh yeah, that is 100% on the ground. Let's see if we can see it. If you're in West Hollywood, Davie, Riverland, Pembroke Pines, you need to get in your safe space right now. The time is now for you to get into your safe space. As this tornado inches ever so closer. It is about to cross over Highway 441. That is now a confirmed tornado. It is now radar confirmed that it is a tornado on the ground, according to the National Weather Service. Once again, Davie, Riverland, Pembroke Pines, confirmed tornado on the ground as of this moment. If you're over there in Florida, you need to get in your safe space right now. Need to get there. Ooh. It's very hard to tell. Usually when I look for stuff in the sky, I look for little indentations. Of course, I see a little bit of that, but it's not, you know, big enough for me to tell specifically. That's some lightning. Don't see any power flashes as of this time. I'm going to move this over. I'm going to move Radar Omega over so that way I can kind of multitask with this. Velocity. It is now starting to move over the Playland Estates. Which is down here. I think our best camera is right in here. Yeah, it's not helping. You know, it'd be great if these cameras actually gave me an idea as to where I'm looking. Yeah. You would think. Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with this camera here. Or actually, I'm going to go down here once again to this camera. We're just going to run with it. Spectrum width is still there. So very well could be elevated. Very well could be slightly elevated. There's a lightning strike. If you know anyone that lives, once again, Davie, West Hollywood, Riverland, anywhere near the intersection of I-595 and US Highway 441, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This thing still looks like it's trying. Now radar indicated, no longer on the ground according to the National Weather Service. We'll keep this camera right here for right now. I want to take a look and see what these other showers and thunderstorms are doing. There's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
Naples?
West Central Collier County in southwestern Florida.
Excuse me? Naples? Is there even a nearby radar for that? Miami? Really? If you're in Naples, you gotta get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Colton, what's up? I'm doing good. How about yourself? Yeah, that's a tornado warning for Naples in itself. If you live in Naples or North Naples, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because this storm is intensifying. It is continuing to be on the uptrend here. So if you know anyone that lives in Naples, tell them to get in their safe space. Eyewall replacement cycle is going to be done within the next hour. I mean, I can tell this is where the eyewall is. Although this eastern side is completely deteriorated. I'll tell you what, this eyewall is starting to deteriorate on the eastern side. Yeah, that is something to consider. It is the 8 o'clock advisory, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. 8 o'clock advisory. Which means... what's happening with Ian? Still 947. 120. Interesting. Yeah, if you're in Naples, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Ooh. This probably would be the best camera to watch then. This right here. Yeah, it does look like it is still trying to hang around. The cell is trying not to die off. It has crossed off, so yeah, maybe not this camera. Maybe something else that's over here. That's south. That clearly helps. Clearly. There's south. There we go. All right, so yeah, this is probably the camera to watch. If we were to get a tornado right within there. As the hurricane approaches closer to the west coast of Florida, it is predicted to increase in speed movement. I've noticed over the past couple of days. The storm has slowed. That is the case. And the thing of it is that this system, all right, well, originally it was expected to slow down significantly as soon as it made landfall. Now, because it's moving a bit further eastward, it is now starting to respond accordingly by maintaining its speed for the most part. So, yeah, main reason why that is, or at least this is the case as to why it's expected to pick up speed, is due in part to the external environment kind of pushing it a lot further, a lot quicker. So that's kind of the reason why that is. Tornado on the ground near Naples via Bret Adair. Power flashes and raid curtains rotating. Ooh. So if you're in Naples, you need to get in your safe space right now because there's a tornado, according to a storm chaser, on the ground over there. I got all sorts of probes up and down the coast here. Look at that. But yeah, Naples need to get in your safe space as of right now. There is a tornado off in that general vicinity. Is there a tornado touchdown somewhere? Well, originally there was a tornado over here near Davie, in Cooper City. So we have this camera that I'm going to be checking in every now and then. But according to Bret Adair, there's also a tornado that could be in progress over near Naples. Yeah, eye wall is collapsing here. It is 100% doing an eye wall replacement cycle. Yeah, it looks like the northern portion of the eye wall has started to kind of seed. Western part might start to absorb this eye wall here. Hmm. All right, just wanted to watch that up. New flash flood warning for Miami. So you can tell the reason why it's had so many showers and thunderstorms over the same exact area over and over and over again. And yeah, I mean, there's pretty good reason. Man. Report of TDS. Yep, so 2 TDS signatures. National Weather Service is really recording these tornadoes here across the board. All right, so here's the thing. I want to check here real quickly. All right, I want to check to see if there's any more aircraft reconnaissance going up. Because if there isn't, then I'll probably skedaddle for the evening. Because I really wanted to show off the reconnaissance to see what's going on. But now since there isn't as much, I do got to do some stuff so that I can get ready for tomorrow. But Naples, I will say, as I said, if you live in Naples, you got to still be in your safe space until the tornado warning is over. All right, because there was a report of a tornado. There's a report of a tornado by a storm chaser near the city of Naples. It's actually east of Naples, and it probably is now north of Naples, near the vineyards, as well as the Palm River and Bonita Springs area. So if you know anyone who lives over there, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. I do also want to take a look at the models a couple more times here. Take a look at Ian, 18ZH triple or HWRF. Yeah, there's a RI right there, rapid intensification, right into the coastline. And you can see there's, once again, the significant amount of rain on the northern side of the system. That is the consistency within the storm, is that rain will continue to be the case. The HWRF model thinks that this will more than likely be a lot more well-defined on its approach to the coastline because of the recent eye wall replacement cycle, which is not the best news in the world. Compared to when we go to the 12Z, you can see that it was a lot weaker. This was at minimum 932 before it hit the coastline here, before it actually hit Tampa Bay. And now, if we go back in time, the lowest pressure that this system actually gets to, according to this model run, is 928. So that's not the best news in the world when the models say that this will be a stronger and more intense tropical cyclone as it makes landfall. So that is not exactly the best news. How much money can I get to stay on for the next hour? I'm not going to be accepting money to stay on. I'm not going to be bribed because I really need to look over my homework, start doing some of that stuff. I did live stream for about 5 hours. So there is that. I wonder, did they update any of their graphics? So yeah, they say major hurricane is anticipated upon landfall. Still 8 to 12. Still significant rain. Nothing's really changed. All right, cool. So the hope is that I come back tomorrow to live stream. I'm not entirely sure how long I can, though, because I've also, once again, got to do a lot of stuff. So the plan is to stream in the afternoon, early afternoon. And once it gets to the evening, we kind of just go from there. Landfall is actually anticipated, according to the HWRF, in the late afternoon, so like the 5 o'clock hour. So I might be saved if I just actually, you know, if it actually happens then. I might actually be able to live stream it, but that's kind of where we're at with this right now, is that I really need to start looking over the last bits of my essay that I got to do, which is due tomorrow. I also got an exam tomorrow. I got an exam next Monday. Actually, technically, it's due on Sunday. So I think as of right now... Oh, that is a debris signature. Wait, is it because it went right over Big Pine Key? Possibly. What's up, Cassie? How do? Yeah, that is definitely a correlation coefficient drop. Now, since it's over water, it doesn't have it anymore, but I'm assuming what it picked up before was a bunch of sand. And maybe buildings here, unfortunately. Is there a new update? So the 8 o'clock advisory, by the way, they update every hour now. So if you want to, search up nhc.noaa, noaa.gov. Or just search up the NHC on the internet. For every hour, they do update it. I am anticipating a lot later on this evening that there is going to be some strengthening, but the recent indication here is that the pressure is 947 with sustained winds at 120. If they send in another plane, they will more than likely find a lower pressure and maybe even a little stronger winds. There is no such thing as 125 miles per hour in your advisories. It only goes from 120 straight up to 130, I believe. Either that or there is a 125 and it just goes from 130 to 140. I think that actually might be the case. It goes from 130 to 140. I can't remember. But the big thing here is that I am anticipating a strengthen over the next probably 6 hours. And that is because the storm is ongoing or has an ongoing eye wall replacement cycle. That's a pretty gnarly supercell. Yeah, that is a wedge spout, if you will. Water wedge. But it is ongoing. There is a 125. Cool, so it's not a 135. It goes from 130 to 140. Coolio. What's up, Cassidy? How do? But yeah, I mean, you can clearly see that this original eye wall is now starting to fade away. And the new eye wall on the outside is starting to contract. And so when it's done with that, when it's done with its eye wall replacement cycle, it'll begin to start intensifying again on its approach to the coast. So we'll play the loop here. You can kind of see the old eye wall here. And then you can start to see things start to contract a little bit more. You notice the original gap that there was here, large gaps. And now this is starting to get pulled in more and more and more. And eventually, we could be talking about a new tropical cyclone that could be a lot more intense than it is right now. So if you're asking as to whether or not this is, did it strengthen? Right now, it is in the middle. It hasn't strengthened over the past 6 hours. And the only reason for that is because it's undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle, which means that it is under a weakening trend, but it's a short weakening trend with an expansion of the wind field, so the wind field expands a lot further. All right, any further questions before I go? Because I do need to skedaddle here soon. Alrighty, looks like that'll be it, which means we can go ahead skedaddle soon. Will it be a Cat 4 landfall? That is the prediction as of right now. We are anticipating this to make landfall as a Category 4. Any bad weather for Daytona Beach? Yeah, you guys are probably expected to see a little bit of storm surge and some flooding, probably on Thursday. When am I coming back? Tomorrow in the afternoon. I'll be at my classes for the majority of time. So I'll be coming back in the afternoon, probably at about 1, maybe 1:30-ish. And we'll live stream the landfall. Sounds good? All right, everyone stay safe. Not say stay safe. That is a tongue twister right there. But yeah, please stay safe. This might be the next cell to produce a tornado right here. This giant supercell. Right mover. So that's kind of Monka-esque. if you're near Fort Lauderdale or north, might want to watch out for that. But yeah, as I said, that'll be it for me. My name is Nate. And I will catch you guys possibly tomorrow, depending upon if I am open. So, see you guys.